In episode 6 of the Junior PenTester training series, we are going to start the introduction to web hacking. And so we are officially done with all of the lecture elements of Junior PenTester, and we're going to start doing some cool things. And in this particular video, we're going to talk about the concept of walking an application, a web application specifically, but this also applies to regular applications as well. And the concept of walking an application is basically you kind of going through each different element of an application manually and then analyzing the source code, analyzing the elements of it to see if you can find vulnerabilities. That's kind of the whole purpose behind walking an application. And so in this particular video, we're going to go through several elements. So there's, walking an application, exploring the website, viewing the page source, developer tools, the inspector, debugger, and the network. And then we're going to be using the attack box as well as a virtual machine, a target machine inside of this specific room inside of this video. So for the walking an application piece, I've already clicked it on this button that starts our victim machine. And then we have to click on this button right here that will start our attack box. And then when we do this in a separate window, or the window kind of splits into two, there you go. And so it splits into two, and now we will get in a few minutes access to our attack box that we'll get to use to go ahead and attack our target machine and try to find different various elements of it that we can exploit later on, etc., etc. So this is one of the reasons why TryHackMe is as awesome as it is, and this is why I love it so much, because you do get these things. And you can even use OpenVPN to connect to their server so that you can launch it from your own computer. But a lot of times you need access to the tools that are required to do these exercises. So when you launch the attack box inside of your current window, like I'm doing inside of my web browser right now, when you launch it like this, it just opens up a Linux machine for you that has all of the attack tools that you would need, right? So this is one of the reasons, again, why I like TryHackMe so much. This room was developed by TryHackMe. So we don't have an individual creator that's been assigned to it. And this is a subscriber-only room. So you do need a paid membership to be able to access the virtual machine and the attack box in this room. There are hundreds of rooms that are available for free that you can go and just create a user account with your email and password and still be able to access virtual machines and attack boxes in those rooms. It's just that this particular room is a subscriber-only room. That being said, it's not expensive. It's like $12 a month or something like that. And if you pay for the year, you get a discount on that. So I always pay for the year because I just want discounts. I love discounts. And it's not expensive. I think it's like $100 or something. And you get access to TryHackMe, all of their rooms, all their virtual machines and everything for an entire year. And universities use TryHackMe. A lot of different schools in a lot of different countries use TryHackMe to educate their students and to give them real world experience without being exposed to felonies and having to worry about things like that. So that is my spiel, right? That's my overview of it. This is the reason why I love this platform so much. And I feel like everybody, if you're serious about cybersecurity and hacking and things like that, I feel like everybody should get access to TryHackMe. So that is it for our overview today. And we're going to go into the walking of an application. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master, and each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into walking an application. All right, we are going to learn how to manually review a web application for security issues using only the tools that are inside of our web browsers. Now, the web browser that I'm going to be using that's inside of my Linux machine is a Microsoft. It's a Mozilla Firefox browser. But basically, all of the tools that we're going to be talking about are also available on Google Chrome. They're available on Microsoft Edge. So This is not anything that's just limited to one particular browser. They have different names, like the way that they name these different sections are based on the browser. It changes, but for the most part, they do the same thing. So, for example, you have view source that should be standard across everything. So if I just right click on the screen, there's view page source right here, and I'm currently inside of Google Chrome. When I do this, it takes me to the source code of the website, right? So this is what the source code of the website in this particular case. I think I need to zoom out because it's like fully zoomed in right here. But it basically takes us to the source code of the website. Yeah, this is what it looks like. And it hasn't been properly organized. So if I click on line wrap here, then it actually wraps everything inside of the source code, and now we can see the full source code of the website, that, or at least the particular page that I'm on right here. So that's what view source does here. And then we have, what else do we have? We have the inspector. So that's another thing. So it says inspect right here. This is something that can also be done with most, if not all, browsers, where it has the inspect element. So if I click on this now, what happens is that it opens it up in a separate pane, as you can see right there. And so this separate pane is very similar to what would happen if you did view source, but now you actually get to see the website as well as the different elements of it. And if I break these elements down right here, so these things that you see right here, if I open these up and I kind of highlight each individual section, it actually shows up inside of, you see that it highlights on the left side. So div right here, so I could probably open that up, and then this even opens up, so I can open that up, and then that opens up, and then individually I can just keep going until it actually, now instead of highlighting the full screen, so you see this was highlighting the full section, now over here I highlight this, and now it only highlights the left side, and then this highlights the right side. And so I can open this up, and then inside of that, now you can kind of see there's a little bit of a green border, and then we can go further, and the further that we go into it, the more fine-tuned the selections will become, and then you can ultimately get into selecting each individual portion. Now, instead of doing that, I could do this. I can just go here, and I can highlight this, right-click on this, and then do inspect, and it'll take me directly to that element right here. You see that? So it'll take me directly to that element of the page that highlights this specific word, and now we can actually go look at, you know, this specific piece, and then we can see that it's inside of this. Let's go further, probably, let's see what else right there. So there we go. Now we're getting a little bit further. There you go. You can see now I can see each individual piece, and then inside of this, now we have inspector, and then if I open that, I see the keyword inspector right there, right? So you can look at each individual element of something. I could do the same thing with the buttons. I can right click on the button itself, and it'll take me to that individual button right here. And then now we can see that it has a button class, and then the text of the button, it says terminate. It points to a specific object or a specific action in this particular case, which will terminate our virtual machine for us. So you can inspect individual elements of the screen, right? So that is our inspector. And then from here, we also have the debugger, which is the inspecting and controlling the flow of a page's JavaScript code, which is also available when we look at inspect. And in my particular case, it's not known as the debugger. I think the debugger in my case might be sources, no network, performance, memory. I think it's either network or sources in Google Chrome. Debugger is specific to Firefox. That's the term for Firefox. So we'll see what that looks like in Firefox. And then, of course, there's a network, so it's all the network requests. So it was source. I think for me, on Google Chrome, when we click on sources, I believe this is the debugger, is that they're referring to, and then the network piece is the same both on Google Chrome as well as on Firefox. And it should probably still be the same on Microsoft Edge as well. So I've already clicked on Start Machine. We already have this thing running. It's been running for a few minutes, and I've already opened up my attack box as well, because we need the attack box to be able to connect to this specific IP address because it's within the network of TryHackMe. If you want to use your own machine, if you want to use your own computer to connect to that, you would need to connect to TryHackMe via OpenVPN, and then just click the Start Machine right here. and it'll populate this link for you, which is basically the same IP address. So if you pay attention to it, this IP address right here, 10.10.218.125, is different from the attack box IP address, right? 10.10.166.60. So this is the actual IP address that we're going to get access to when we open up the Mozilla Firefox browser and start analyzing it. So you can actually access this from your own computer without starting the attack box. You just need to connect to the TryHackMe server via OpenVPN. All right, that being said, the entire our lab environment is set up. So now we can actually open this up inside of Firefox and start doing some independent research. We can start walking the application. All right, so our role as the pen tester when you're looking at a website or some kind of a web application is to discover the features that could potentially be vulnerable and then try to exploit those features to assess whether or not they actually are vulnerable. And these features are usually parts of the website that require some kind of interaction with the user. So for example, you click on something, that's an interaction. You fill out a form, that's an interaction. So finding interactive portions of the website can be as easy as spotting a login form to manually reviewing the website's JavaScript. So it could have different levels of complexity. An excellent place to start is just within the browser exploring the website and noting down the individual pages, areas, features with a summary for each one. So for example, a site review of the Acme IT support website can look like this. So we have the homepage, that's at this, and then we have the latest news articles, contact, customers login, that could be, that's probably a form, the contact page is probably a form, customer sign up is a form, customers reset password, customers, just the customer dashboard itself, creating a new ticket, their account overview, and logging out, right? So we can look at each one of these things by actually going to the website. This is just kind of an outline that they gave us. So I've already opened up Firefox on the side right here. You can see it's super zoomed in because I'm actually zoomed in on my screen. So just to kind of make it a little bit easier for you to look at it. So let's go to this address, which is the 10.10.218.125 .p.thmlabs.com. So 10-10-218-125 and then go .p.thmlabs.com. There you go. That's what it is. And there you go. So now we have the Acme support website, right? So when I land here, we are technically on the root page right here, the home page, which is what we can see via the domain. So if I go to the domain, we should not be able to see anything at the end of the domain. I did not want to save it to my remove the bookmark. So if I go to the very end of this, we can see that it's basically just thmlabs.com, right? That's all I have right there. So I can go to /news, or I can just click on this right here and then click on news, and it'll take me to thmlabs.com/news, right? So this is what it means to manually walk the website. And then we can go to news article, and then there are some queries or some kind of parameters that have been passed to this. So it could be article, and then anything after the question mark is part of the parameters or part of the arguments that we can pass to it. So a parameter would be the ID, and the argument for that ID is the number 1. And this is part of a query that's being passed to the website. And so it says that some articles seem to be blocked and reserved for premium customers only. So that could be something that we would potentially want to access. So if I go to the news location, so we have, let's see, welcome to Acme IT support. So this is accessible to us. That's an article. So if I go to the end right here, we can see that the article ID is 1 right here. So that's 1. We can go click on this one, and that's also accessible to me, and that would be article ID 2. All right, so that's still publicly accessible. The third one, tips to keep the printer working. So this is for premium customers only. You can go to the contact us page, or if we scroll down, I guess I can't see it, right? So it's been blocked off because it's only accessible to premium members. And so we can see that right here. And I could even go up here because of the fact that the parameters are actually visible to us. I can actually change these and go to 2, for example, and it should take me automatically to the second article, which it does. And instead of doing article 3, technically I could do article 5, for example. And in this particular case, there is no article that's found at that specific address. But that is technically something that we can manipulate, because we can actually see the parameter and the argument inside of the query that's being passed to the website. So that's technically something that we could do, but more on that later. We also have the contact page. So if I go to the menu and click on contact, it should take me directly to the contact path, as you can see. So you can kind of get an understanding of how this whole thing works, right? So there's basically something that is available to everything. So if I click on customers, now it should take me to the customers. Now it's actually taking me to customers login, because before it gets to the direct customers page itself, where we actually get to see our own dashboard, we need to actually create a login. So in this particular case, I don't have a login, so I would need to click on sign up here to go to the customer's sign up page, and then from there to be able to create a login so that I can go ahead and access the rest of it. So we can see that these things are specifically outlined for us. So they've basically walked the website for us, and they've given us these various links. But if you were doing this manually, and by the way, there are a lot of tools, open source tools, free tools that you can use to do this for you, where they crawl the website or the web application, and then they just make you a database of all of the links and the different locations on the website that can be visited, and the API endpoints and all of those things. So this is not something that you have to do manually, but it's very important for you to understand how to do it manually and what it means to do it manually, so that you can better understand what these tools can do for you and how to actually leverage the tools to get the most out of them. So we are starting, obviously, with the manual walking through. So that was it for exploring the website. Now let's look at viewing the page source, which I've already kind of demonstrated to you, but we're just going to go through the documentation notes here. And then we'll hopefully, I think we're going to start doing some exercises, developer tools and things like that. And we're going to start getting some actual answers from this webpage, this dummy site that we have right here. So let's look at viewing the page source. The page source is supposed to be human readable code. If you don't know how to read the code, then it's not human readable code, but it's basically code that can be viewed by the naked eye that's been returned to the browser or your client. So another way of referring to your browser is referring to the client. And so when you see in responses of the source code or responses of that are returned by a web page, sometimes there is an error message that says client does not or client cannot, etc., etc. It's referring to your actual web browser. When you see that word, just know that they're talking about your web browser. And so the client from the web server, each time that we make a request, that's what we get, is that human readable code, also known as the page source code. And the return code is HTML, which is hypertext markup language. The more modern version of this is XML, but they look very similar to each other. And then we have CSS, the styling sheet, so the cascading styling sheet. So you can think about the HTML more as the skeleton of the site. And then the CSS is the font styles and the background color and the font color and all of those things. And then there's JavaScript code. And JavaScript code is the interactive elements of a website. And so these are the things that tell the browser what content to display, how to show it, and even add elements of interactivity with the JavaScript. So for our purposes, we're going to look at it to see more information about the web application that we have. So as you can see, you can just right-click on the page, do view page source code, which is what we can also do with our dummy site. And we can even do something like this, where you just do view source and then put the website after the fact, and you'll be able to see that. So if I actually take this and copy that and then paste it into my browser here and then just press enter, now I'm actually looking at the source code for google.com, right? So this view source option is actually something that is supported by most web browsers, if not all of them. And then you can also find the browser menu and find an option to view the source code, and this can option be in the sub menus like developer tools or something like that. So if I click right here, which will bring up the browser menu, and then from here I think I go down to more tools, and then from there I can look on developer tools. I think that's where it goes to. and then the developer tools will take me to the source code, because I don't see anything from the full menu that will actually give me the source code. So it should be inside of developer tools, which will open up that sidebar menu that we can see right here. And then now we can click on sources, which will give us the individual source code for all of the various elements of this. So for example, walking the application, which is the current room that I'm in, you can see that now I can see the source code right here, which would be very similar or pretty much identical to if I just click this and did view page source, and now it gives me this, and then I can do line wrap, and now I can see all of the source code that is also available when I click on the walking application element right here. So under the tryhackme.com, we go into the room and then walking application, and now it gives us all of that source code. So all of these different elements are parts of the website and the page that we're on. For example, fonts from Google APIs, that's actually using these various fonts, right? So that happens to be a part of the CSS, right? The HTML is the skeleton, the CSS is all of the visual elements, and then the interactive elements are JavaScript. So keep all of those things in mind. So just to kind of explain that to you, so add 1 hour. So if I click on this and look at inspect, it'll take me to that specific button. So let's do that one more time to make sure that I'm actually there. So if I click on that, it'll take me to here, and then it's a button. This looks like HTML technically, because it has this open bracket, there's a button class inside of it, then it also has this closing element right here. But because of the button itself, because it's an interactive element, this actually technically falls under JavaScript. Most of the stuff that you can see right here, and then so you see there is no script, and then we can also see style that's inside of here. Div is very, very indicative that is actually an HTML element. So inside of this div, there's this other div, and then there's another one, and then another one, and another one, and then you start seeing these other elements inside of these that start pointing to the interactive elements. And you can see there's literally more divs inside of the divs until we finally get to the button. And then now we can see that the button actually has potential options that it can do. It has different active or actions, that it can do. And those are indicative of JavaScript. So if it can do something, it's indicative of JavaScript. And JavaScript can be animations on a web page. It doesn't necessarily just be like you're going to click on something. That doesn't necessarily mean that is what it is. Because technically HTML can also include button elements that you can click on. It's just a very, very minor element of an interactive element of a website. So it's like super, super basic. I should say it could be like this. It's like the highlighting over it, right? So let's see if we can actually see a difference in this button and in the source code of the button from when I highlight over it. So it hasn't highlighted. So pay attention to on the right hand side, it's not highlighted. If I hover over it, now you can see actually something has changed on the code. And then if I get off of it, we can see that it kind of reverts back. And then I hover over it, it changes again. Get off of it, it reverts back. That is kind of what you can expect JavaScript to do, because it's technically, I'm interacting with the site, and the site is kind of giving me feedback based on what I actually do, and then it displays something in the right-hand side for me. In these right-hand side elements, this section right here, it's displaying something for me that I can interact with, and now that can be considered to be an interactive element, which can also be considered to be JavaScript. So those are the various ways that we can actually see the different elements of the website and look at the page source. So let's now actually look at the page source. So try viewing the page source of the home page. Unfortunately, explaining everything is very well out of the scope of this specific video. At the top of the page, we can see code starting with this and then ending with this. These are comments. Comments are messages left by website developers, usually to explain something. Sometimes website developers actually leave sensitive information in comments as reminders for themselves. So sometimes that's a good location for us to be able to find something. There are links to different pages that are starting with the -A or this, this arrow A thing. And these are HTML elements and the link would be inside of it, referenced by ahref. So when you see ahref right here, you know that there's something that actually is a link. It can be clicked on and it'll lead to some place. So ahref is what you're looking for when you want to find clickable elements. If we go down the page, there's a hidden link to a page starting with the sec for secure, I guess, so SECR. We view this link to get another flag. You obviously wouldn't get a flag in a real world situation, but may also discover some private areas used by businesses. External files like CSS files, JavaScript, and images can be included using HTML. You'll notice that these files are all stored in the same directory. If you view the directory in the web browser, there is a configuration error, and instead of being displayed, it's either a blank page or a 403 forbidden page with an error saying that we don't have access to it. So instead of the directory listing feature has been enabled, which in fact lists every file in that directory. Sometimes it's not an issue, and all the files in a directory are safe to be viewed by the public, but in some cases, backup files, source code, or other confidential information could be stored there. In this instance, we get a flag in the flag.txt file. Many websites aren't made from scratch and use what's called a framework. So for example, WordPress, which is a collection of pre-made code that easily allows a developer to include common features that a website would require, like blogs, user management, form processing, and much more, saving developers hours and days of development, really. So viewing the page source can often give us clues into whether a framework is actually used, and if so, what it is and what version. Knowing what framework and version can be a powerful way to find what may be public vulnerabilities in the framework, and the website might not be using the most up-to-date version. At the bottom of the page, you'll find a comment about the framework and version in use, and a link to their website. Viewing the framework website, you'll see what the website is, and in fact, out of date. Right? Read the update notice and use the information that you find to discover another flag. There's also a really, really handy tool that you can install as a plugin, and it's called Wapalizer, and I have it installed on my browser because I love this thing. And so Wapalizer will give you a lot of really interesting information about the site that you're on. So for example, they are using on TryHackMe, LinkedIn under analytics, right? So they have LinkedIn, HubSpot, Hotjar, Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, and Amplitude. Under marketing automation, they have HubSpot and Customer IO. Under advertising, DoubleClick, Floodlight. Payment processor is ChargeBee. JavaScript frameworks, we have React, Emotion, Styled Components, and React Router. And then you can also see the versions of these elements. You see ChargeBee 2, right? You see Google Analytics GA4. You see those version elements. The development, Emotion, and Styled Components, and you can see the version right here as well. Sentry, live chat, video players, Google Font API for font scripts, JavaScript libraries that are used here, the platform as a service, which is Amazon Web Services that they use to actually allow us to use their platforms, right? Miscellaneous elements that we can see right here. Tiny MCE, Google Sign-In, Chili Piper, programming languages, etc., etc. So this is a really powerful plugin that's available for free that you can use to go ahead and access the different elements of a website to see what's running behind the scenes, what's running under the hood, so to speak. So very, very, very useful little tool that will give you a lot of good information about a website's inner workings, and that is called Wapalizer. So you can install that on every browser, and with one single click, or I guess 2 clicks technically, you get to see all of this information about the website. Okay, all right. First answer here, or first question, what is the flag from the HTML comment? So what we're going to do is we're going to right click and we're going to view page source, and it's going to take us here. So we are looking for the HTML comment. I feel like it might be easier if I open this up in a full screen so we can really, really look at that website. There we go. And I can kind of open this up. Excellent. So now we get to see the full page source of our website. So we're looking for a comment, right? So what's the flag inside of the comment? Now you can see they are actually color coded. So you see this element right here. This is a comment, right? And it starts with that dash dash arrow, or it starts with dash exclamation, etc. Whatever. You see what it is, right? So that's a comment, right? And it's in a bright green. So now I can kind of look through the rest of this to try to find the comment that they're referring to. And in this particular case, there's one at the bottom right here. It says page generated in this many seconds using THM framework, Static Labs, TryHackMe style THM framework. I don't think I'm on the right page. I'm supposed to be on the home page. So let's go to the home page and look at the comment on the home page. And there we go. So this page is temporary while we work on the new home page at new home beta. So that's a path that we can probably find right there. And let's see if we can find any other comments here. And there are no other comments here. So what is the flag from the HTML comment? So let's see, maybe it's on the new home beta location. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to go to the / right there, and we're going to see what we get. Oh, there we go. There's the flag. So THM HTML comments are dangerous is the first flag, and that is indeed the answer right here. What is the flag from the secret link? So now we want to go find the secret link on the website. So let's go back here, and we want to find that secret element. And I'm going to give you a handy little tool. So this is actually the page source for the home page right here. So we want the secret element. So we want to find basically anything that has that little SECR that they were referring to. So if I right click here, I can, or maybe not right click, I do Control F is what I usually do. Yeah, okay, there you go. So now I have the search box that shows up at the bottom, and now I want SECR to show up. And now it's actually been highlighted for me. So right there, you can see it's highlighted onto the screen. So there you go. SECR secret page is what I got. And so this is something that we should potentially be able to see. So if I click on it, it should just open it up. There you go. And it actually opens up that page for me. So not a secret anymore is the flag that we get from that SECR for the secret link. Now it says, what is the directory listing flag? So the directory listing flag. So let's go back to the home page. And now we're looking for a directory, I guess directory stuff that has been listed. So what is let me see what page. I think it's the stuff that gives us all the hidden directories, right? That's the one that they were talking about that has all the hidden data and a flag.txt file. There we go. That's the one that they're talking about. So let's see which page that's supposed to be on. So the only hint that we really get is that external files like CSS, JavaScript, and images can be included in the same code, and we'll notice that they're all stored in the same directory. So if we go look at this, we can see that in our style sheet, there are things, for example, pulling the bootstrap CSS and the style CSS, and they're inside of the assets directory. And if we try to scroll through this a little bit some more, we might be able to see it again. So you see assets, staff.png is stored there, jQuery, site.js. So everything's inside of the assets directory. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the assets directory. And there we go. Now we actually get to see this directory and what's inside of it. And inside of this, there's a flag.txt file that now gives me the invalid directory permissions, and it's at this location, right? So assets, flag.txt. That's why the directories themselves should not be publicly accessible. And I'm not logged into this website in any way, so I shouldn't be able to see it, right? So, and there it is. So we have the invalid directory permissions, which is the directory listing flag, and finally, the framework flag, which is supposed to be available on the homepage when we actually look at the framework itself, right? So it says THM framework version v1.2, and then this is the location that it would be at in this specific place. So let's just go and copy this, and we'll just open a new tab and go to that location. And so here it is. So home, changelog, documentation. So let's see if we can find the flag, and maybe it's inside of the documentation. So documentation is pre-installed, Once you've installed the framework, navigate to this. on your website, you can log in using admin and the password admin to be able to find this. So now we can go to this location on our actual website, which is this guy right here, and use admin to see maybe we can actually use those. Maybe the guy who created our site didn't do anything for us. Oh, look at that. So he did not change the default credentials, which is a big deal. Oh, that's not that's not even the flag that I'm supposed to find. So it says the framework flag. So keep your software updated. So that's not the flag I was supposed to find. I found a flag, change default credentials. That's definitely an issue. But it's not the flag. That's so funny. It's not the flag that I was supposed. So maybe it's the version flag. So oh, I see. So we've had an issue with the backup creating file in a web directory called tmp.zip, which potentially could have been read by website visitors. It's now stored in an area that's unreadable by the public. We've added backup in the admin portal, etc., etc. So we are currently in version 1.2, right? Because that's what the source code said right here. Yeah, so we're in v1.2, and they're saying that, oh, I keep going. Okay, so in version 1.3, they've created the thing which is now publicly not available, but we're still in this version. So we should be able to go to tmp.zip on the website to be able to find what they're talking about. So if I go here, tmp.zip, no, not tmp, tmp.zip, and see if I can get that. So, okay, so there is that. Now we have the zip folder, and there's a flag inside the zip folder, and there you go. Keep your software updated. That's where it is. So that's what the version, the framework flag was. The framework flag was keep your software updated, and it was housed inside of the framework website under the changelog. And since we're technically still version 1.2, we saw that this bug that they fixed, that glitch that they fixed for version 1.3, we don't have that fixed because we're still running an old version of the website on our framework. So that's the issue that we had. And I found the admin credentials, I guess, too early. I found it in advance. But now we got that too. Okay, cool. So now we can look at developer tools. Developer tools is going to be the next section, or the next several sections that we're going to be focusing on right now. And this one is something that comes pre-installed with every single website. You've already seen it multiple times in this video. And this is a very powerful tool. And you could actually even interact with the web browser through various scripting because of the developer tools suite of tools that are available. And depending on what browser it is that you're actually using, there will be different ways that you can access it. So for example, just to kind of show you what it is. So when you click on view site right here, it brings this series of options for you just to show you how to access developer tools. So for Firefox, you click on the hamburger menu right there, and then you scroll down and you get to more tools. And then inside of more tools, you have the web developer tools. For Chrome, which is basically what I have, you click on this button right here, you go to more tools, and then you have developer tools, right? For Safari, it's a little bit different. So it's the Safari menu, and then you go to settings right here, and then you have to turn on show developer tools menu in the menu bar under advanced. And then when you click on develop, you could actually see show web inspector, etc., etc. So of course, Safari would be the one thing that ends up being most different from everybody else. In Edge, you click on the menu, you go to more tools, open up developer tools, also can be done with F12. And Internet Explorer, same thing. You just click on the menu and you do F12 and you get into developer tools. So once you do that, you get access to everything else. For example, the inspector, right? So the page source doesn't always represent what's shown on a web page. This is because CSS, JavaScript, and user interaction can change the content and the style of the page, which means we need a way to view what's being displayed in the browser window at this exact time, which is not what's available through the page source. So if you can remember when I hovered over that button and then things were changing in real time, that's why the inspector is so powerful. So the element inspector assists us with this by providing us with a live representation of what's actually on the website. As well as viewing this live view, we can also edit and interact with the page elements, which is helpful for web developers to debug issues on the Acme support website, we can go into the news section where you'll see 3 articles. One of them, as you already saw, is not available to us. So they put a metaphorical wall in front of the content that we want to see. So we can actually get rid of that wall, the paywall. And I've actually done this with, what is it, like Forbes.com and NewYorkTimes.com, because they also have a similar thing like this. I've actually done this, and I've been able to see the stuff that they hid behind their paywalls by just disabling the paywall. And so this is something that you can do. This exercise that we're using right now, you can actually do it to get past the paywall for many websites, and it's pretty cool. It's a nice little option. It's a nice little tactic. So you should be able to see the inspect option from the menu, which opens the web developer tool, and then you'll now see the elements that make up the website. So premium customer blocker is the actual name for this class. It's not usually going to be that. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to actually go through the site itself to be able to see what the blocker is, right? So I can kind of get rid of these for now. So when I click on the one that's blocked from us right here, then I can click on, for example, this piece right here, this article from so just to make sure that when I click on inspect, it's going to open up that specific element for me. And then now I can see at the bottom right here, this piece right here, if I highlight that, you can see that it's highlighted on my web page. If I highlight the box that it's containing, this div class right here, when I highlight that, now you can see on the actual web page, it's also being highlighted, right? So the div class, premium customer blocker, etc., etc. That's how you can see what these things are. So I don't know, let's do stock news Forbes. Let's do that and see what we can get. So this might actually not, maybe let's do New York Times. I'm trying to get an article that might be blocked so that I can show you what it actually looks like. Okay, so perfect. So New York Times, I just did New York Times stock news, and then the first article link, which is stocks take worst one-day tumble in almost a month after the Mideast strikes. And we can see that I can't access it because now it says create an account or log in to be able to access this, right? And I also have ad block right here that's blocking this whole thing. So I'm just going to close that out for now. And we're going to close that out for now. And so we want to see if there's a way that at the very least we can identify this. Now, I'm not going to spend time and energy to try to disable this because it's easier to do it on our dummy site, but I can just highlight that, click on inspect, and it'll open this up. And then now in this element, we can see right here, this piece right here is inside of this whole, where is it? It's inside of this, nope, we go up a little bit more. Inside of this, no. Inside of this, no. Let's see if we can find the full box. There you go. That seems to be the full box. This seems to be the box right here. So inside of this box, this seems to be the one where we can potentially turn it off, right? Ideally. So this is the one that's highlighting this piece right here. So let's see. Okay, so here's what I did. I'm just going to highlight this. We're going to go on inspect. Right, and then when we click on inspect, we see that it is right here, and we scroll all the way up and we find the box that contains the full thing. So in this case, I have this, I think this is the one, that on-site messaging unit gateway, that I believe that's the one, gateway content, right? I think that's the one. So if I do anything else, it's not going to highlight it. So this element right here, I can click on these buttons and I can edit it, right? So it says delete element. That's one of the things that can be done. I can do hide element, force state, etc., break on, all those things, right? So if we go ahead and do something like, let's say hide element, it'll hide it, but I still can't scroll up and down the website. Now there's something that's very interesting in this. If I refresh the site, I can now do this, right? But then it pops back up. Right, so again, this is something that will take a bit of trial and error because I think it was actually more on the sources element of this that I was able to put a block on that specific piece to stop it from showing. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm about to show you a way that we can do this on a simple website so that we can be able to access content that's behind a paywall, behind this this gateway, as they refer to it. So this is what is going to be shown to us right here. So we can see once we click on it, right? So once we get into that, we can see that there's this thing under the styles right here. So let's kind of read through this information. So it says right clicking on it, we'll be able to see the inspect option, which opens the developer tools. And then from there, we can now see the elements of this. So premium custom blocker, if we click on it under the styles element of this, we can now see what's going on. So it says display block, position absolute, etc., etc. These are the premium customer blocker elements, right? So in the div element with this and click on it, you'll see all the CSS styles in the style box, and then you can see the margins, text align center. The style that we're interested in is the display block. If you click on the word block, you can type a value of your own. Try typing none, and this will make the box disappear, revealing the content underneath it, as well as a flag. So if we go here and we go into the element on the side, so if I click on this, right, so, or actually on the premium blocker, there we go. If I click on the actual div itself, the premium blocker right here, I can see that there's these elements right here, display, block, etc. So if I highlight this and type none, let's see if I can do that. There you go, type on that, like that, there we go. I click on it and I click none. And now I can see that we have this thing available. Now it says THM, not so hidden. I can't interact with it really, but I can see it. So let's try see if we can actually do something similar to this right here. So to continue, please confirm that you are human. Okay, fine. I can try to confirm that I'm human. And what does it say? It says drag this or drag this. How do I do this? It's not even letting me interact with it, right? Slide right. There we go. Duh. So there we go. Slide right. Great. Puzzle solved. And now we're back behind the pay block. So I'll go here and then I will click on inspect and it'll take me to that. And then I can go and find the box, the full box that we had, which is this piece right here, and display flex. So let's see right here. We are interested in the style elements, right? So remember that we can look at these various elements of it to see if we can mess with some of the styles. Element style, body div, etc., etc. If I click on gateway content, we can see these other elements. So let's see if there is something that I can do here that can potentially display what we want. So if I check off the display, or if I check on will change, any of these, maybe check that off. There you go, that's interesting. So if we don't put that on, that's moved our element for us. This is honestly just this, the fact that we can actually manipulate it is something that I'm so interested in, and it makes me just get really into this concept of web hacking, because there are things that you can do to interact with a site and then give yourself access to potentially hidden content, which is always fascinating to me. So let me see if I'm just going to click around a little bit, see if I can find something that might be of note. Okay, I went down a rabbit hole much further than I wanted to, and before I knew it, 20 minutes had passed, and I need to catch up to my recording schedule. The furthest that I was able to go is when you go into the elements section right here, and you go into whichever element it is that you want to modify. So for example, we will click on inspect here again, and it'll take us to here, and then this is the full, what is it? It's the gateway, I want to say. That's the one right here. So this is the one that contains that entire box. And then on the right hand side, there's the display, right? So in this case, the display here is flex, right? And then you can modify it accordingly to make it flexible in whatever case. So I guess you could flex it in, I don't know what style it is right here. Well, you should technically be able to make like specific modifications to the way that it actually looks like right here. Or you can just turn it off by, again, typing none, right? And then we can see that it actually does make the change to the web page in real time. But I'm not able to scroll now. I'm not able to go up and down the contents of this web page because it's technically still not allowing me to do that. Now, there's something that we can do here, where you can go to sources, and then your sources can be stored on your local machine. The modifications that you make on it can be saved on your local machine, and you can technically kind of like mess with them. So if I can save one of these things, and it's already working because it has the New York Times folder right here. So if I can select my local folder, and then do you want me to allow it to edit the files? Yes, I want it to allow edit the files. And then I go here and I've made the modifications that I need to make to my elements, and everything's being stored on my local file. Theoretically, I should be able to refresh the page and it'll pull the modifications that I have made based on the web page, and I'll still be able to access the information and be able to scroll through the site. From what I've tried so far, that didn't work. So we'll try one more refresh. I get to see this, but then as soon as the rest of the page loads, it gets me that right there. And it still pops up because it's not pulling the data from this local workspace that I have, which is everything literally being pulled from my actual local computer. So that's one, I got that far. And then from there, I was like, okay, well, now I need to make the rest of the modifications, and all of those things tend to be a little bit challenging when you have to keep up with the actual recording of the content. So there's so many things that we can technically do and mess around and test with and all of that good stuff that I just don't have the time to do. So for example, one of the things that I was thinking about doing, so that we see this right here, right, and we can technically go to the sources and look for gateway content inside of the actual source code of the page. So if I do a search for gateway-content, it doesn't actually, that's not even there. So the gateway content is not even an element that I can modify. So that means that I need to be on a different source to be able to modify that. And it just runs away from you. Next thing you know, it starts running away from you, and you spend like an hour trying something. So I can say that in our little environment, it did work, right? In this little environment that we had, because it's not as complex as the New York Times website. It did work, and we were able to retrieve the flag, not so hidden. But I do need to move on to be able to get the rest of the stuff for you. So we're going to move on to developer tools and the debugger. The debugger is an interesting part of the developer tools because it allows us to actually manipulate JavaScript. And again, it's for web developers to do troubleshooting and debugging, but we can technically use it to mess around with the JavaScript of the web page. Inside of Google Chrome, it's called Sources, and for Firefox and Safari, it's called Debugger. And I think even on Microsoft Edge is also called Debugger. So basically, when we click on the contact page of the practice website, every single time that we do it, and I've already done it, so it's kind of like I forgot to resume recording, but every single time that you do it, you should see like a little flash that pops up. So if I go to the contact page, you'll see a little red flash, hopefully, and it seems to, come on, let me see if it actually does it. There you go. So you saw it. So if I refresh the page, it should kind of display this little red box. It doesn't do it every single time, but there is a red box that like literally comes at like one little quick flash onto the screen. There you go, just happened again. And so there's something inside of that red box, and that's technically a JavaScript bug that we need to fix to see what we can do. Now, when we actually do that, when we go to the debugger section, something is presented to us, for example, these series of files right here. And so this is what it looks like on the website for New York Times, right? You have all these series of files and folders that contain everything on the website that you can technically, you should be able to interact with. So when you go into that location on our dummy website, we have something called the Flash JavaScript file, which is what we can see at the bottom right here. This is the Flash JavaScript file. And when it's originally loaded, it doesn't look like this. When it's originally loaded, it just comes in as a, let me kind of close it. There you go. This is what it looks like. Everything is just on one line, and it's purposely done to make it a little bit harder for us to copy all of these things and to manipulate everything on here. So for example, this last element, this flash remove element, I can't turn it off when it's in this form. So I need to click on this these little pretty print resource, these brackets at the bottom right here. When I click on that, it opens it up again, but it just has a prettified version of it for me. And then now I can see actually this one line at the bottom, this flash element, is actually something that I can click on. So when I click on this, now turns blue, and this line item has now been disabled, for lack of a better word. So now when I reload the page, it actually says debugger paused, right? And it has the flag on the screen, which is THM, catch me if you can. It's a little bit hard to read, but we actually can see it now. And that's what's very, very useful about this element, because now we actually get to see it. I think I might even, no, I can't right click on it, but it definitely is available onto the screen for us. I'm trying to see if there's like a way that we can see what's inside of it, but it's not, but you would have to just manually type this specific flag, which is the catch me if you can flag. And so what we just did is we created something called a breakpoint. Every time that you click on these little lines right here, you can turn breakpoints on and off, right? And that's where the debugging element of it stops. And debugging and breakpoints are just a normal part of web development, software development, because debugging is when you're trying to figure out why a piece of software, a piece of code isn't working the way that it should. And that's basically exactly what we had to do to be able to find this specific flag. And that's the lovely use of the little debugger tool that can be used to find elements on a web page, or to try to kind of debug elements on a web page. On our specific case point with the New York Times, and again, I feel like this was like a really bad example to try to display, because New York Times website is fairly secure and they've done a good job of securing their development. This is the element right here that actually has our container, right? The container that pops up onto the screen right here. And inside of that element, we also have the app element or the container element is inside the app element. So I've technically tried to debug both of them like this and try to run it to try to see if it actually works. So this is this is running without me trying to debug it, and it still pops this up onto the screen. And then so we can try to debug the line with the source code right here for the gateway container, and then even like all of the other elements after the fact that kind of just fall under that whole container. We could technically try to debug all of these elements. Let me see if I click shift, if it'll, no, I still have to manually click all of them. So you can technically try to debug all of these things, right? Because it all falls under the gateway, which technically just kind of is highlighting the whole piece for us right here. It's like a whole bunch of stuff that's under the gateway that we can just click one after another and keep going to see if we can actually turn off this whole thing, right? And maybe or maybe not it'll work, but the few times that I did it, technically when I click on this one line, it should just debug everything underneath that. But right now, I'm just going to click on everything and see maybe if that'll work, because when I tried to do it with just that one line, it didn't work. And I'm very, very curious to see, because I did this a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure they've probably fixed their website since then. But I did this such a long time ago, and it actually did work. And I was like, okay, wow, that's kind of cool. But they probably have fixed that glitch, and now they're able to completely block it off, and even if you refresh the page, it wouldn't be able to show it to you. And this is a whole bunch of stuff that I would have to click. There's like hundreds of lines that I would have to click to get back out of that, which is kind of insane when you really, really think about it. So if I collapse this element and just use this piece, right? So if I collapse that whole thing, there you go. See, if I collapse that and just debug this whole thing, it should technically highlight all of the lines, but it doesn't. So that's the one piece that I'm like, man, that would suck. If I could, I would, but it doesn't seem to work. So we'll try it one last time, see if it'll actually stay off. But for the most part, yeah, it's not staying off. So, you know, that's me at least trying to do it against the New York Times website. Let's move on to the developer tools for the network. The network tab on our developer tools can be used to keep track of every external request that the web page makes. And when you click on it and you refresh the page, you'll see all the files that is actually being loaded. So if I click on the network tab right here and then go ahead and click on refresh page, we'll see all of these elements actually being loaded underneath it. I don't know why. Oh, the debugger. I need to turn off the debugger. So let me turn off the debugger and we'll click on network one more time and then we'll refresh the page. And there you go. Now it actually loads all the elements for this page, and maybe we can bring this up a little bit just to kind of display these things. But when you do it, you can see in real time like all these different things are loaded onto the screen, and the different elements of the debugger, like all the elements in the assets are being pulled, right? So jQuery, all of these things are actually being pulled, including the Flash and the favicon and all of that stuff, right? So these are the requests that are being made to actually load this page. If I click on home, we'll see that all of these things are being loaded to populate this page and make the page work. So this is what the network tab is actually very useful for. So when we do this on the contact page, we can press the trash icon to delete the list if it gets a bit overpopulated. And with the network tab open, try filling the contact form and pressing send message button. You notice an event in the network tab, and this is the form being submitted in the background using a method called AJAX. And it's a method for sending and receiving network data in a web application without interfering by changing the current web page. So if we actually go to the contact page and submit it, we can see that there's a message that's been generated that will be sent, right? So examine the new entry for the contact form and create the web page data was sent in order to reveal a flag. So we're going to go to the contact page. It's going to load the contact page. I'm going to create a little message. So Hank hacks hackers, right? I don't think that even matters really. And then here is the message. And then click send message. And then now we can see that there's a new message right here, the contact message right here that's been loaded, and says contact form sent, right? So examine the new entry, which is the contact message right here, and see if we can reveal a flag. So this is the contact message. Let's examine it to see if we can reveal a flag. And there it is. So it says X flag, THM header flag. I wonder, yeah. Nope, that's not it. So God Ajax flag is the one that we're looking for. So there's a header flag in here, and I guess I'm looking for the Ajax element to get the Ajax flag for this. So let's see where we can find that. Oh, all you had to do was just double click on it. So when you double click on it, it opens the flag THM got Ajax flag. That's it. So literally all I did was just double click this, and it opened it inside a new tab, and then we were able to see the contents of it. All right, just like that, we were able to finish the exercises for our walking in application. And you can see how this actually kind of applies to a real world scenario, for example, the New York Times. And this is actually one of those things that you can probably try without really getting into trouble. You can just go to a website, see what you can turn on and off, what you can debug, and how websites send information, and what's pulled when you send in information, and what's generated when you send a message, and all of those things. So I think this is actually kind of fun. I nerd out over these things, so I always find these things fun and exciting. And I think this is also something that you can probably kind of experiment with in your own time, and look at websites that you might be interested in and see what you can pull from those websites and what kind of content and information is available to you. And it should be fun. It should be exciting to do. And I always err on the side of caution, but for this specific exercise, it's very hard to get in trouble for this one unless you're trying to rob somebody of money from a bank account or something like that. That part might be a little bit of an issue, but if you're just trying to find information or view pages that are behind these paywalls, should be okay. You shouldn't get into much trouble for that, or really any kind of trouble. I'm going to say that you can't get into any kind of trouble. But that was pretty much it, right? So we did like some really, really good work with this, and we learned how to just do a basic pulling of the application itself, just kind of like walking the application, looking at the different pages that are loaded on the application. We looked at what the page source can be for us and what can be found inside of the page source. For example, hyperlinks that go into different parts of the website, hyperlinks that can hold assets that are being loaded on the website, and maybe on those hyperlinks could be a spreadsheet that has data about their customers. That could be a thing. We also saw the developer tool and how it's different from just looking at the page source, because the page source is kind of the static code that pulls up everything for the website. The developer tools is a live interaction with the site, and every time that you click on something, you'll see how it's highlighted inside of the inspector, and then what it does inside the debugger, and what it does inside the network. And there are so many other elements to it, because there's the memory, there's the performance, there's the console. The console is a very, very interesting part of the inspector and the developer tools, because you can literally type code at the bottom right here, and then you can interact with the website by just typing code. And assuming that it supports Python and all of those things, there's just so many different things that can be done on this that is just very, very exciting. And Python is not defined on this website, so I can't do anything with Python. So that's something that could be, but you can technically write code, and then you can see that I'm getting responses from it. So refusing to connect and all of these elements that happen when you load the page, it's all just very, very, very interesting that I geek out over. I don't know if it's something that you geek out over, but this is a part of pen testing, and this is one of those tools that's readily available on any web browser that you can use to interact with a web application. So I don't know, I'm going to stop talking, but that's pretty much what we did in this video today. If you got any value out of this video, or if you want to get more videos like this one, especially on Junior PenTester and everything else, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we go further into Junior PenTester. And then every Friday, I drop Pentest Plus from CompTIA. So there's a new episode that comes from Pentest Plus on Fridays. And then we're going to go into CYSA Plus, and then I'll probably go into Server Plus, and there's the AI for cybersecurity. There are so many pieces of content that are going to keep coming out on this particular channel, and I feel like you want to be around for that. So drop any comments that you have, drop any questions that you have about everything that we did today. Maybe if you have any questions about that, or if you just want to say hi or whatever. Make sure that you explore all of the videos that are on the channel. There's a bunch of videos, there's a bunch of playlists. For example, Cybersecurity 101, if you're interested in just getting your basics covered, right? That's usually where most people will start, is Cybersecurity 101, and then they'll either branch off to SOC Level 1 or they'll come into Junior PenTester. We have SOC Level 2, we have Security Engineering. There's all the members-only videos for our Hackaholics Anonymous group. There's the members-only playlist for Hackaholics Anonymous. There's CompTIA Network Plus. There's CompTIA Security Plus. There's Linux Plus. There are a lot of videos on this channel, and there's going to be more videos coming out depending on what the community wants and depending on what I'm interested in, because I also create a bunch of things just to kind of feed my own curiosities. So there's a lot of stuff, and it's constantly going to be expanding, and there's going to be more and more stuff that's going to come out, and I think you want to be around for that. So like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, make sure that you drop a comment, say hi, ask a question, whatever you got, and we will hopefully connect at some point, and hopefully you'll get more value out of this channel. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, and the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section, and that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 7 of the Junior PenTester training series, we're going to go through the content discovery room that is a part of the Introduction to Web Hacking module of the Junior PenTester pathway of TryHackMe. And this is a premium room, meaning that you do need a paid membership to TryHackMe to be able to access the attack box as well as the virtual machine inside of it. As you can see, it's loading on the right hand side over here. And for this specific room, we're just going to continue along with our web hacking module, which will contain, content discovery, manual discovery for the robots, TXT file, the favicon, sitemap, HTTP headers, framework, and then we'll go into OSINT, open source intelligence, Google hacking and dorking, Wapalizer, Wayback Machine, GitHub, S3 buckets, and of course, automated discovery. So this is actually a pretty robust room. It's a pretty in-depth room that we're going to cover for content discovery. And as the virtual machine loads over here and we get through the rest of the stuff, this is, we're pretty much going to be trucking along. The introduction to web hacking module is a pretty big module. There are, I think, probably a dozen specific rooms, like individual rooms that are inside of that module. And of course, we're going to be going through every single one of them to make sure that you have a good understanding of what these things are. Some of these topics I've already touched on before, so you should be pretty familiar with them. But if you aren't, or if this is your first time watching something like this, then hopefully it'll still be a good refresher or a good introduction to these concepts for you. This is a part of the Junior PenTester training series, so we're already pretty far along inside of this pathway. So you can start from the very beginning, make sure you get all of your foundations covered, so that by the time we get to the more advanced stuff in the PenTester series, in the Junior PenTester series, you'll be good and your foundations will be solid and you won't have any problems. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into content discovery. In order to understand what content discovery is, we need to first understand what content is, at least in the context of web applications and web application security. And it can be a lot of different things. It could be files, it could be videos, pictures, backups of a site, a website feature. It could be the text on the site, obviously. So when we talk about content discovery, we're not talking about the obvious things that you can see. It's the things that aren't immediately presented to us, that weren't always intended for us. So they weren't intended for public view. They were only intended for the actual developers of the site or the administrators of the site. So this could be pages or portals that are intended for staff use, or older versions of the site, backup files, configuration files, administration panels, and so on and so forth. So there are 3 main ways of doing this. We can do manual search, we can do automated, and OSINT search. OSINT is also known as open source intelligence. And these are the 3 main ways that we can content discover, or discover the content on a given website. We're going to be using 2 different tools in this particular video. It's the attack box that's available through TryHackMe, which is one of the reasons why I love TryHackMe so much. And we're going to be using a virtual machine that I already started that's going to be our victim machine, so to speak. And this room is developed by TryHackMe themselves. There is no individual creator that can be attributed for this. A lot of times there are individual creators that we can attribute for the creation of a variety of different rooms. So being that we have the introductions out of the way, there are a few things that we do need to answer before we can move on. And in content discovery, the method that begins with M would be manual discovery, or manually discovered content. The method that begins with A would be automated, and the one that begins with O would be OSINT, also known as open source intelligence. So that being out of the way, let's talk about the first manual discovery tactic, which is the robots.txt file. The robots.txt file is a document that tells the search engines which pages they are and are not allowed to show on the search engine result, or ban specific search engines from actually crawling the website altogether. This is also known as indexing. So the robots.txt file basically tells the search engines what they can and cannot index, and what should and should not be shown in the search engine results to the public when somebody searches for your website or tries to search through your website, what should and should not be publicly available. So this is a common practice to restrict certain website areas so that they're not displayed in search engine results, and they may be areas like the admin portal or files that are meant for the website's customers, for example. And this gives us a great list of locations, this file specifically, the robots.txt file. It gives us a good set of locations on the website that the owners don't want us to discover as pen testers. So what we can do is we can look at the TXT file, the robots.txt file, on the Acme IT support website, which is the website that we were reviewing in our last video, and see if there's anything that they don't want us to see on this file, right? If there's anything that they don't want to be listed. So we're going to go to Firefox, the web browser. In the attack box, we're going to go to this particular location, and then we're going to see what we can find. So let's see if it's already loaded and if we can access it. Okay, cool. So it actually works. So we have any user agent, right? So this is the path 10.10.243.203, which is the IP address that was assigned to my virtual machine, my victim machine. And I just went to the robots.txt file. And so right here, it says any user agent, which is what this asterisk represents. It's a wildcard character that you can have any value inside of the user agent variable right here. It allows the root, right? And it disallows the staff portal. Now the root right here is pretty much all-inclusive. It's also known as recursive. So when you have just that /, it represents basically everything inside of this website. And then with the exception of this one hard disallow, which is the staff-portal location. So in the robots.txt file, it says what is not allowed to be viewed by the web crawlers, and that is the staff portal web page. Our next manual discovery item would be the favicon, and this is a logo basically, or a small icon, I guess we can call it, that is at the top of every browser, or at the, like, right in the connection of every tab that's in your browser. So if you can see right here, this little cloud right here, that's the favicon for TryHackMe, right? And then if we go to Google Gemini, we have this kind of like star element right here. If we go to, this is the New York Times website, so you can kind of see this black T right here. So these are called favicons, right? Fav icons, you can call them. And sometimes when the frameworks that are used to build a website, there's a favicon that comes pre-installed with that framework. And sometimes the web developers don't change the favicon, and they leave the default favicon that's available to it, and that ends up being some kind of a giveaway that we can use to be like, oh, this is built on WordPress, for example, or it's built on Wix or whatever the website is, and that gives you some knowledge of what you can use or what you can do to try to discover information about that site and what may be vulnerable to that framework, etc., etc. The OWASP people, Open Web Application Security team, the OWASP people have actually a database, the OWASP favicon database, and we have the hash values that are associated with every single one of them for being able to find whether it's WordPress or whether it's Drupal or any of these things. This is an entire database of the hash values associated with the images for these various frameworks. So this is actually very, very useful. It doesn't really tell you much other than the type of website that's been used or the type of framework that's been used to build the website. But that by itself will actually give you a lot of options. So for example, there's a tool, a command line tool called WP Scan, and it's specific to scanning WordPress sites. So if you know that the site that you're targeting is built on the WordPress framework, then what you can do is you can use WP Scan to go ahead and try to run a bunch of different enumeration and vulnerability, maybe not vulnerability scans, it's more like a discovery, enumeration, and reconnaissance type scans that you can use using WP Scan. And a lot of times you can find users and different directories that would be available on that website, assuming that it's a WordPress website. So once you know the framework stack, you can use external sources, like for example, Google or, for example, any kind of open source intelligence to try to find any vulnerabilities that may be relevant to it. So for our specific exercise, we can go to Firefox, enter this specific URL, and you'll see a basic website with a note that says website coming soon. If you look at the tabs, you'll notice an icon that confirms this using a favicon. Now, viewing the page source, we can see on line 6 containing a link to the favicon. And then if you run the following command, which is curl, to be able to pull that information, which is the favicon item, essentially, we're trying to find that favicon icon. And then what you can do is get the MD5 sum of that, right? See the MD5 hash value, because we need that hash value to be able to pull that. Now it says this will fail on the attack box if you're a free user, in which case you should use a virtual machine for this. If your hash ends with 427E, then your curl failed and you may need to try it again. You can also run this on Windows and PowerShell by doing the get file hash commandlet, and then you'll be able to pull that information. So what we're going to end up doing, the answer is available because I've ran this before, but we're going to end up doing is we're going to just run it and see what we can pull from that specific website. This website right here, going to this location. So I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go and paste it here, and it'll take us website coming soon. We can see that there's a favicon right here. It actually says CGI something. I can't really read the blue. CGI IRC maybe. That might be the actual the framework that it's built on. But just to confirm, we can go ahead and pull up our command line, our terminal, and basically just get the curl of that specific location, right? So it's going to be curl HTTPS, and then I'm just going to type this in real quick. Okay, boom, there you go. So we actually got the curl, and then from there we got this hash value right here, and it doesn't end in the numbers or whatever that they said, so that should be fine. And now I can go to the OWASP database and search for it, and I did Control or Command F, and I just pasted the hash value in, and then now we can see that we actually have it, CGI IRC, which was also kind of a giveaway from the logo that was on that favicon right here. CGI IRC is actually inside of it. Usually the acronyms are not in there. Usually it's something else. It's like an image or something like that. So that is indeed the answer. The CGI IRC is the framework that was used to build this specific website that we see on the right hand side of the screen. So let's go into the sitemap XML. The sitemap XML file is the opposite of the robots file. So the robots file was listing the things that it didn't want the search engines to index. Sitemap XML actually lists all the things that it wants the search engines to index, right? So, or to be listed on the search engine results. So these can contain areas of the website that are a bit more difficult to navigate, or even list some old web pages that the current site no longer supports but are still working. So if we look at the sitemap XML file for Acme IT support, which is going to be just at sitemap.xml, we can try to see the things that we haven't yet discovered, and there could be a secret area, right, based on that answer, to see what the secret area would be. So this is literally, we're just going to change this element to read sitemap.txt, or actually it's supposed to be sitemap.xml, my bad. So sitemap.xml. And then there you go. Now we actually have a bunch of site, and it says this XML file does not appear to have any style information associated with it. The document tree is shown below. So now you can see under the URL set, oops, I closed it. So under this specific chunk, we have these various URLs. So URL, and then it gives you the home. So let's kind of zoom in on this a little bit. So this is the root, right? The 10.10.243.203. This is our root. Then we have news, and then we have news article ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. We have contact, customers login. We have the secret area right here. This is the last item right here. So this is the item that they want us to notice, and which we did, and that is the path of the secret area that can be found in the sitemap XML file. So to kind of jump the gun a little bit, let's go to that little page and see if there is anything that we can actually find here. and it says you found the sitemap endpoint. That's basically all it says. So nothing interesting in the secret area. The next manual discovery item would be the HTTP headers. So HTTP is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is basically kind of like the language of the internet, so to speak. And so every website has HTTP headers. And inside of those headers, you can find things like the version of HTTP that's being used and the type of stuff that they want to show. Security headers could also be inside of the HTTP headers. There's a lot of information that you can actually discover from the HTTP headers of a website. So when we make requests to the web server, the server returns various headers. And these can sometimes contain useful information like the web server software and possibly the programming or scripting language that's being used, like PHP, for example, or Python or whatever. So in the below example, we can see that the web server is Nginx version 1.18.0, and it runs PHP version 7.4.3. Using this information, we can find vulnerable versions of software being used. And so we can run the curl command to try to see where our flag is, because we actually do need to run the curl command to find the flag for this specific section's question. So the V switch enables verbose mode, as you can see right here. And this is kind of standard across all of the tools that would run inside of a command line. Almost all of the tools have a -V or a -VV for very verbose that basically gives you more details, right? So if you run the normal version and then you run the -V version of any command, typically it gives you a lot more details when you use the -V version. And if you did -VV, it would give you even more information compared to the -V version, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to open up our command line again, and we're going to run a curl command. And this time around, we're going to just leave it as is, and then we're going to pull the -V to try to see if there's anything that is interesting inside of the headers of this specific website. So boom, we got a bunch of stuff here. It immediately returns something, and we are interested specifically in a flag. Now the format of the flags of TryHackMe actually have THM in them. So the letters THM in all caps are actually present inside of all of the flags that are available for TryHackMe. So if you know that you're looking for that, you can kind of scan the headers for this, and it's literally at the top right here in the HTTP headers, because basically everything else after this top section right here counts as the body of the website, right? So after this, for the most part, after this section, we can see that the body of it begins, and then you also actually have these right here, which is the head of the website, not to be confused with the headers. The headers are the very, very, very top, which is all of these elements that you see right here. These are all headers: get, HTTP1, host, user agent. All of these things are technically, well, actually, no, these are the responses of curl. So my bad. These are responses of curl. This HTTP1 is a part of the header. So I just got confused by this particular section. This was the request that was being made when we ran the curl command. This is where the headers actually begin. So HTTP 1.1, status of 200, meaning we actually got a successful response from the server. The server is Nginx, date is this, content type, etc., etc. And now we can see that there's a flag right here, which is the header flag, which is the answer to our site. Now, if I actually ran the curl command one more time without the very verbose element of it, and then we ran to the top, I wonder if we would still see that header. And we actually don't. So you can see right here, we don't get the headers, right? So we don't get all of the headers, or any of the headers really. It just starts from the head portion of the website, and it gives us the data of the site. So it's actually very interesting, because if you add the -V, it ends up giving you the request that was made. It ends up giving you all of the original information from the curl request. Like all of these things also were not present without the -V. And then in addition to that, we also get all of the headers, which includes the flag for this specific question. So we can see it right here. The flag is the header flag. So very good. Now we can move on to manual discovery. It's the last manual discovery, which is the framework stack. The framework stack is essentially the source of the framework that's being used. So for example, the source of WordPress that's being used, right? So there is the actual WordPress website, right? So if we do WordPress website, it takes us to it's wordpress.com, I want to say. So everything to actually build a website, and it gives you the various products that there's WordPress hosting, and there's the resources and the documentation and a bunch of different kind of stuff. And I think there's even a wordpress.org website that I think it does something else under wordpress.org. It actually shows you this might be the one that is most interesting to us because it will take us to WordPress download, and you can download it and you can install it, and you can run WordPress on for free because they'll actually give you a domain, but it has the WordPress extension on it. So it'll be like, hankswebsite.wordpress.com, something like that. The wordpress.org website will actually give you the documentation and developer courses and a bunch of other information that's actually very, very useful when you're trying to find details about WordPress specifically. So WordPress is the framework, and then the framework stack is available through their actual location, the framework's website, which in our case would be, I think, wordpress.org, not necessarily wordpress.com. So from there, we can learn more about the software and other information, possibly leading to more content that we can discover. So looking at the page source of the Acme support website right here, we'll see a comment at the end of every page, which actually gives us the framework of it, which is the THM web framework. And then when we look at that, we actually get to see some information about the framework itself. Viewing the documentation gives us the path to the framework's administration portal, which gives us a flag if viewed. And I actually accidentally discovered this in the last video that I was recording. I was just doing some things that I don't think I needed to do, and I found a bunch of extra flags. So we are going to now go find the flag of the admin portal for this website, right? So if we actually go right here, so we'll go here, we'll go to our website, and this is the website itself. Now I will right click and I'll do view page source, and it takes us to the actual source code of the website. And if we go to the bottom, we can see that the page was generated using the framework THM framework v1.2, and then it gives us the location of that framework, basically the website of the framework. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to go to that web page, looking at it to see what we get. And now this is the framework's website right here. And on the framework website, we can see changelog and documentation. So in the documentation, it says once you've installed it, navigate to the framework login path, and the username admin and admin are the defaults. And it says make sure that you change these passwords because those are the defaults. And pretty much every framework also has something like that. They have like default login credentials. So what we need to do is we just need to go to this specific location on our site, which is the Acme IT support website. So right here, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to paste that path, press enter, and now this is our admin login. And now I can just do admin and then admin for the password. And now we can see that it's the flag right here, change the default credentials, because they are still using default credentials, and so that's a big no-no. As a web developer, you want to change the default credentials. You no longer want to have admin as one of your usernames, and you obviously don't want to leave it as the default password for that. Whoever your admin is, you want to give them a specific username and then give them admin permissions, and then delete that initial default admin user. So that's very important. So that is the last item on manual discovery. And now we can move into the OSINT series of sections, which goes first to Google hacking and Google dorking, which is actually one of my favorite tactics. And I use this all the time, even outside of pen testing and ethical hacking. I actually use it to just find information if I'm looking for a specific type of information from a website. So let's talk about OSINT. As a refresher, OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, which is basically any kind of intel that you can gather open source, meaning from the World Wide Web for free without running any kind of scan or any kind of type of tool or anything like that. You should be able to just gather it from the web. And OSINT could be social media information, right? People leave a lot of information on their social bios, and that could actually be something that can be leveraged later on. Some people leave their work email inside of their social media bios, which can be just an easy way to get into their user accounts. If you just run the work email as the username and then do some kind of a dictionary attack using a password cracker like John the Ripper or something like that, or Hydra, when you do that, you can actually discover some really interesting information. For example, somebody's login credentials and then get into their employee portal, right? So all of that was discovered by just doing open source intelligence and just looking at LinkedIn bios and seeing if you can actually find something from that person, right? So that's very, very interesting source of information that can be found using OSINT. So another strategy under the OSINT umbrella is the Google hacking strategy, which uses Google's advanced search engine features that allow you to pick out custom content. So for example, you can use the site filter to just look for specific content for a given website. So for example, site, and then give it TryHackMe, and then try to match that for anything else. So for example, site TryHackMe admin will look for admin in all of TryHackMe. And it could be a page that actually just has the word admin on it. It could be a URL that has the word admin in it. And it'll just look for anything that has to do with TryHackMe that contains the word admin in the content. And then you can combine multiple filters. So for example, site, TryHackMe, this returns anything from the site. In URL, so in the URL admin combined with site, we'll then look for tryhackme.com, any kind of URL that actually has the word admin in it. File PDF or file type PDF will look for any type of file on the website that actually is a PDF file. In the title of the page, you could look for admin, right? In the URL, it's one thing that's actually in the URL up here. In the title is the title of the page, right? So if the title of the page says admin login portal, that could be it, right? So for more information, we can actually look at the Wikipedia for Google hacking. There's also a really cool website that I love using all the freaking time, which is the exploit database website. Now, the exploit database website has a little section at the bottom called Google hacking. And so you click on this, and it brings up a bunch of queries that you can use, a bunch of Google hacking queries that can be sent into Google to try to pull information for interesting things. So for example, the site GitHub, so it actually looks on github.com, and then it looks for the string begin open SSH private key, which is the beginnings of an open SSH key, right? In URL home.htm, in title 1766. No idea what this does. Could be very, very interesting. In title SSL network extender, Google Dork submission for global protocol, etc., etc. And then what you can do is you can just go over here and, oh, boom, right here. So it says site UAT in URL login. That's interesting. So what we can see right here is a search. So if I did webcam, and I run this exercise all the time. So in the Google Dorking database, if I just do webcam and then I get a query, and then I can go ahead and just take this query, copy it, and go to Google and paste it. And now these links are actual links to people's webcams, right? So this is a webcam that's sitting on somebody's rooftop, and I have no idea who this is or where it exists. New Zealand, so destin.co.New Zealand. So this is a New Zealand webcam. We have webcam right here, webcam Sessi, control room. Ooh, interesting. The control room's webcam. I wonder if we can actually get access to this. That's very, very interesting. But this is like a free Google Dorking, Google hacking query that we were able to use. And from there, potentially, we can get access to a control room webcam for somebody. That's very, very interesting. Photonics is available. There's a lot of different things that you can run. And there's a lot of different webcams that you can run. The nationalparkservice.gov webcam for the Channel Islands live ocean webcam. That's something that's might be interesting for us to be able to access. This one running in the background is taking a lot of time, and I think it's taking a lot of my bandwidth, so I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm also going to stop this from running because these ones tend to be very, very low or very slow, and they're going to take a lot of time and energy from us. But just from what we ran, if I open this up, we can see that there's 61,000 results that returned that have to do with webcams that are inside of the title and inside of the URL. And again, there are so many things that you can find right here that would make it very, very interesting for you. So let's do this other one, because this one seems like it would yield more of a result for actual webcam feeds. So webcam XP5, and now we can look at this. This is interesting. No idea what IP address this is or what location this is, but these are webcams that are feeding into this. It's very, very interesting, actually. I mean, I'm going to go down a rabbit hole and I'm going to get distracted, and there's going to be so much information that I can probably find by just doing this. But Google dorking, right? This is just an example to show you what Google dorking is and why it's so useful and powerful. So the question here says, what Google dork operator can be used to only show results from a particular site, and that is site : And so this is one thing that I use all the time when I'm trying to do research, right? So this is when I was job hunting. I would do site, and then I would do linkedin.com, and then I would say in text, I think, and then I would do what is it? Let's say Google, right? And then press enter, and then you can see in the text of these various pages, right? You can see Google themselves. Thomas Kurian works at Google. Samir Samat works at Google. Google Classroom, etc., etc. So what I would do then, I would say in text, right? Because you can combine it, and then I would say recruiter, and then press enter, and now you would see Tom Woolnow, recruiting manager, right? Liz McCloy, a Google recruiter. Jim Joseph, recruiter from Google, etc. So this is very, very useful when you're on a job hunt, when you're trying to find specific people for specific companies. And I would apply to a job, and I would find the job, let's say on Indeed or something, and then I would go and run this query to try to find recruiters from that company that I just applied to. And then I would send them a DM, and I would say, hey, listen, I just applied to this job, and I'm very, I can work hard and da-da-da-da-da. I would love to chat with you and see what we can find, right? Or I would love to chat with you and answer any questions you may have about me. I would love to chat with you to see if there's like a potential for us to work together, any of those things. But you find the recruiter from whatever company you just applied to, and you hit him up. And I promise you, there aren't very many people who are doing what I just told you in the job market. So that just makes you stand out, and it makes you get at the top of their resume pile, so to speak. So that is the exploit database that is available to us. And in the exploit database, you can find a bunch of pre-written queries that you can do inside of Google hacking and Google dorking. So let's move on to our next little item, which is Wapalizer. Wapalizer is a very cool tool. I have it installed on all of my browsers for all of my profiles on my browsers. And it's basically a plugin that you can find from wapalizer.com, and you can install it on your browser. And then when you click on it, on your plugin button at the top right here on your extensions for Google Chrome, it shows up right here. So you have Wapalizer, right? And so we click on Wapalizer, and then it gives you all the information about the site that you're on. For example, what payment processor they would be using, for example, what analytics tools they would be using, what JavaScript frameworks they're using, and what version of the JavaScript framework it's running. So styled components 5.3.11, right? React router, and then their live chat tool, their JavaScript libraries that are being used, and the versions of those miscellaneous, the PaaS, so platform as a service, they're using Amazon Web Services. The programming language is PHP. There are so many things that you can find from just clicking a couple of buttons, literally 2 buttons, right? So let's go to the OWASP website. So we can click, that's 1, and then click, that's 2 clicks, and now I can find everything that I need about the OWASP website. So they use Google Analytics, they use MediaWiki, which is the wiki, advertising, tag manager, JavaScript websites, programming languages, their CDN, the content is done on Cloudflare. We can go to the New York Times website and then click on that, look at Wapalizer, and then we get a bunch of information about the New York Times website. So their JavaScript framework is here, their JavaScript libraries, their advertising and analytics, the security tools that are being used here, miscellaneous, reverse proxies, reverse proxies, very interesting. Their CDN is Fastly. Their surveys are done through here. Their RUM, their RUM is done through Boomerang, Datadog, etc., etc., etc. You can find a lot of really, really good information just using a simple tool like Wappalyzer. And there's even a paid version of Wappalyzer that gives you even more information and more capabilities. And it's just, I can't speak enough about it. I've used Wappalyzer in my personal life again, and of course for doing basic pen testing exercises and doing reconnaissance exercises. And you can get a lot of information from this one tool that typically would take you hours of research or manual searching and things like that. And you can literally do it. And this is technically an automated type of a tool because you're just using a tool to get a bunch of information about a website, including their framework and all of the amazing things that would, again, previously take you probably hours, if not days, to try to find. So OSINT tool, open source intelligence tool known as Wappalyzer, very powerful tool. And it can give you the framework of a site, their CMS system, payment processors, and much more. And it can even find version numbers as well, as you already just saw. So what's the tool that can be used to identify the technologies? It's called Wappalyzer. Now, let's move on to the Wayback Machine, which is very, very interesting as well. The Wayback Machine can be found at this location, the archive.org/web, or I think it's web.archive.org, I think. But essentially, you can just Google Wayback Machine, and whatever the new domain is, you'll be able to find it. This is a historical archive of websites that dates back to the late 90s, okay? And you can search a domain name, and it will show you all the times that the service scraped the web page and saved the contents. And this can help you uncover old pages that might still be active on the current website. This is energy intensive unless you write a script for it, okay? Unless you write some kind of an automation for it. This can be time and energy intensive because you would be clicking around and trying to find web pages and doing all these things. But what's really interesting about this website, the archive.org/web website, is that the websites that you find, so this is what it is, right? So Huffington Post from October 21, 2013. So let's click on that. This version is actually interactable, right? So once it loads the actual web page for you, or the copy of the page for you, you can actually click on these various elements of the website and it'll take you to them inside of this version that you found, right? So inside of that version, let me see, I clicked on the Fox News and then boom, there you go. And say it ain't so. And now brought me to that link, right? And then I can click on any of these other ones and it'll take me to that. And then I can scroll all the way to the bottom and I can see all of these different links that would be on this version of the Huffington Post. And then, what do I have? I can do Yahoo Finance, Presslink, columnists. So the David Carr columnist profile, it would pull up his profile. And again, this is, it's time and energy intensive. But you can find a lot of very, very interesting information. This is going to take a long time to load because it's loading the entire site. So you can get some really, really interesting information just by going through the Wayback Machine and then trying to see what you can find. And just as a comparison, right? So this is the October 21, 2013 version of the Huffington Post. So if we actually go to Huffington Post, right, their most current version, the 2025, as I'm creating this is what it looks like now. This is what their website actually looks like. And there's, I don't know, ads that are probably loading and all these different things. Oh, you can see it at the top. This is their trending section of what's available in the Huffington Post and a bunch of other things that no longer look like the previous version, right? So the Huffington Post website clearly has been updated probably hundreds, if not thousands of times since 2013. But this is just a really, really cool tool that you can use. And at the top right here, it actually also shows you how many times there's been captures. So 443,000 captures have been done since 2005 to 2025. And this is kind of the most voluminous element. So this portion right here, this is, it doesn't tell me the timeline, but there is a version of it. There was one webpage specifically that I think maybe if I go to huffpost.com specifically and actually search for it, yeah, there we go. So we have this version right here that gives you the most dense versions or the most dense times in the indexing history of this website. And then this is what we have right here. So this is the version of it that actually gives you the timeline. So 2005 is when I think they started. 2006, there was a couple of indexes, and then you see kind of some quiet ones. And then in 2014, it starts getting really, really heavy. And then in 2021 and 2025, etc., it's like the heaviest volumes of the indexes that are happening for this specific website, which is the HuffPost website itself on the Wayback Machine on the Internet Archive. So this is very, very interesting, and you can get a lot of really interesting information by just going through this website. So that was our introduction to the Wayback Machine as a source of open source intelligence. Now let's look at GitHub. If you've never heard of a Git before, it's a version control system, and it tracks changes to files in a project. So when you go to GitHub, you can see somebody's project, you can see their documentation, you can see their source code, and then you can see all the different changes that have been made to that project, because it keeps track of everything. So GitHub is actually a very, very powerful resource, especially when you're trying to build a portfolio for job applications inside of cybersecurity, inside of administration, technology, anything like that. You can actually house your Gits, right? Your repositories, basically. You can house your repositories inside of GitHub, and based on your repositories, there could be job applications that you can get, or there could be jobs that you can get, or you can just create these things just because you want to help the community, right, and provide resources to the community, build a name for yourself. There are a lot of different reasons why people use GitHub, and there are a lot of really different, there are a lot of useful tools that are available through GitHub that we use all the time. So for example, CyberChef is technically a GitHub repo, technically. The SecList repository that has all the dictionaries that are used for enumeration and password cracking and all those things, that's on GitHub. So it's very, very powerful. There's a lot of great things, and there's been a lot. Flare VM can be downloaded from GitHub, and Flare VM is used for incident response and for malware analysis. And there's so many things that are on GitHub. I literally cannot sit here and just start listing things, because there are just literally millions of projects that exist on there. So when you work on a team, you actually get to see what each team member is editing and what changes they made to files, which makes it also another reason why this is so popular. When users have finished making their changes, they commit them with a message and then push them back to the central location, which is the repository for the other users to pull and then make changes to their local machines. It's a hosted version of Git. GitHub is a hosted version of Git. And repositories can either be set to public or private and have various access controls. And you can use the GitHub search feature to look for company names or website names to try and locate their repos belonging to those targets. And once you discover a repo, you may have access to the source code, passwords, or other content that you hadn't yet found. So going back to our exploit database, right? So one of the things that we actually found in the Google hacking database at the very, very top was in the URL, or is this the one that I searched for? Yeah, because this is the one that I actually searched for. So let's search for GitHub as one of the search items, and then we can see everything that's inside here. So GitHub, and then now we have category, files containing passwords. So let's go to that category, for example, and then see what we can find. So file type, SQL, GitHub, username, password, in URL, resources, application properties, GitHub, in text, login, department, admin, manager, GitHub, right? So there are so many different queries that you can use to go ahead and find different types of repositories. I mean, it's so powerful. There's so much stuff that can be done that can get some really crazy data for you. So let's use this one to look for a secure FTP configuration JSON file. So we go over here, paste it, press enter, and now we can see that there is the Erlang REST API SFTP config JSON master, SFTP config JSON from Plasma, supermarket simulation SFTP JSON. There's a lot, you guys. There's so many things that you can do. It's pretty amazing. And files containing passwords is just another one of those things that's just insane when you really think about it. If I remove GitHub and just look for things that may be password-related files, there was a specific file that I found that belonged to the government of California that actually had all of their usernames. Like, were like 17,000 usernames with their user IDs and their emails and obviously their names and everything. There was just so much stuff that I found by just doing some test Google hacking, and I was like, yo, I can't believe that this exists. And obviously I saner heads prevailed, because there was a part of me that I was like, oh my god, I could hack into the California government by these, and I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. So thankfully I did not do that, and I saved myself probably jail time or something. So version control system is what a Git is, and that is the answer that we have to our question here. So let's now look at OSINT for S3 buckets, which is an Amazon category. S3 buckets are a storage service that's provided by Amazon. It stands for Simple Storage Service, which is part of the Amazon Web Services. So allowing people to save files and even static website content in the cloud that's accessible over HTTP or HTTPS. The owner of the file can access permissions to either make files, they can set access permissions to either make files public, private, or even writable. And sometimes these access permissions are incorrectly set and inadvertently allow access to files that shouldn't be available to the public. The format of the S3 bucket is this, right? So the name would technically be the name of the website, for example, decided by the owner, like TryHackMe assets.s3.amazon AWS, etc., right? They can be discovered in many ways, like finding the URLs in the website's page source or GitHub repositories, or even automating the process. One common automation method is by using the company name followed by common terms like name assets, name www, name public, name private. And all of these things could be just different links, right? It could lead to a link on Amazon AWS for an S3 bucket, and then from there we could potentially get access to it. So when we ran Wapalizer on TryHackMe, we actually saw that they use Amazon Web Services as their platform as a service. So we could technically try to see if you can find something, right? So it doesn't have any information associated with it. And this is what we have, access denied. So it could technically be that either they don't have it or it's just not, it doesn't exist. So if we do www, no such bucket. So this actually says no such bucket, which means that the previous bucket that we had, TryHackMe assets, actually does exist, right? So this is actually very interesting. So that just by itself gives us information. So now we know that the TryHackMe assets S3 bucket exists on Amazon, and potentially we can try to go ahead and manipulate that. But they're smart because they're TryHackMe, so obviously they have all their configurations properly set. But your target may not have that. So if you know that your target actually has Amazon Web Services that they're using for their website, that could be something that you can do to kind of come in here and see if you can find their S3 buckets, to see if you can find any interesting assets or information or files and folders and all those things that you shouldn't have access to. So Amazon Web Services offers S3 buckets, which is another really, really useful source of open source intelligence, assuming that it's publicly accessible. But in our particular case, it wasn't. So what is the URL format that Amazon S3 buckets end in? And it is the .s3.amazonaws.com. That's what they end in. And then these are potential formats or potential common terms that you can combine with their company name to see if you can maybe find anything on Amazon S3. Now, as far as automated discovery is concerned, there are a lot of tools that can help us do this, and more often than not, I end up yielding or leaning on a tool to try to help me yield the results that I want. So automated discovery is the process of using tools to discover content rather than doing it manually. And it's automated as it usually contains hundreds, thousands, or even millions of requests to a web server. And imagine sitting there and trying to make millions of requests. I mean, you're going to be doing that for the rest of your life. So these requests check whether a file or directory exists on a website, giving us access to resources that we didn't previously know existed. And this is made possible by something called a word list. So word lists are basically text files, .txt files, right, that contain a long list of commonly used words they can cover many different use cases. For example, a password word list, also known as rocku.txt. That's the most popular password word list. And it has like, I don't know, 25, 30 million freaking passwords on there, which is insane when you really think about it. We're looking for content in our case, so we'd require a list that is most commonly used for directory and file names and subdomains and things like that. So one of the most powerful ones is sec lists, and I already mentioned that when we were talking about GitHub. So github.com, it's built, the sec list repository is built by Daniel Meisler. And I mean, this guy's freaking amazing for creating this for everybody because it's open source, it's free to download, and when you install Kali Linux, it actually comes pre-installed with sec lists. That's how popular this actually thing is. So once you have your word list, you can then use a tool that can go through that word list line by line and then see if there are any matches for what you're looking for. So there are content discovery tools all over the freaking place. The one that I use most often is GoBuster when I'm trying to enumerate something for a website. Derb is kind of like under GoBuster, I think, because it's something called Dirbuster. So Dirbuster, GoBuster are kind of the same thing. Dirbuster is more for directories, as the name kind of implies. And then Fuff is a fuzzing tool that essentially can do the same thing that GoBuster and Derb do as well. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to run these things. We're going to run these commands on our attack box to try to see if we can find any interesting information about our tool or about our target right here, this specific website. So the word list, sec list, discovery, etc., etc. So this is one version of it. So you call on the command right here. You call on Fuff. You first assign the word list to the W flag, which needs to give it the full path of the word list. And so discovery, web content, common TXT gives you the most common web contents for discovery. And then you give it the -U flag where you actually give it the IP address. And then the way that Fuff works is that you need to put fuzz in whatever the location is that you want these words to be placed in. So in this case, we want to find directories. So we would do /fuzz. And then in this placeholder, every line item from this text file is going to be placed. And then if you did fuzz right here, if you did fuzz dot, and then you gave it the IP address, then it would put all of the list, all of the items of that in that original location, whatever this word stands, right? So the capital part of it is also very important. It needs to be capitalized fuzz. And then Dirbuster is similar. So you would do Dirb, you would give it the URL, and then you give it the path to the word list. And then for GoBuster, you would do GoBuster, you put it in dir mode to search for directories, you give it the URL, and then for the W, for the word list, you give it the path to the dictionary, and that's pretty much it. So those are the ways that we can actually run these tools. And being that we actually have that, we're going to now run them to see if we can find anything interesting inside of our specific target right here. So let's start from the very top right here, which is going to be fuzz. Now, I kind of want to just go into this path to try to use the common.txt instead of having to type it every single time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch my location from where I am right now, which is the root, and I just want to go into the user share word list location and start from there just to make my life a little bit easier. So we'll go into sec lists, we'll go into discovery, we'll go into web content, and then inside of this location we have all of these different word lists. And so the one that we want to use is the common.txt because that's the one that's been used in every single one of these queries. So that's the one that's been used. So just to make our life a little bit easier, I just went into that location, but you don't necessarily have to if you don't want to. So here we go. Let's clear the screen and let's start at the very, very top. We're going to use Fuff. So we will do FFUF and then we'll do -W. And since I'm already in here and I don't need to give it the full location, I will do // and then I'll just do common.txt and I'll do -U and I'll give it the HTTP of my target, which is what? It's the 10.10.242.203, and then we're going to do /fuzz, right? Because we need to do that. Then we press enter and let it run, and look at that. It's doing whatever it's doing. And what did it find? Did it find anything interesting for us? Robots.txt, sitemap.txt. What did it get? There should be a bunch of things that are available to us right here. So let's see, timeout threads, response status, etc., etc. So based on the response status, we can kind of try to see if there was anything interesting. So there's assets right here that gave us a status of 301. Contacts gave us a status of 200. Customers 302. Development.log status 200. Monthly news, private, robots.txt, sitemap.txt. These were all the responses that it actually was able to find, right? So that's one version of running it, which is using the FUF tool. There's another version that we can run here, which is going to be using the derb tool, as you can see right here. So we'll do this derb, right? And then we'll do the URL 10.10.242.203. And then we're going to do the path or the location of the common.txt, which is going to be just literally this, because I'm inside the directory already, this whole path right here is now being replaced by this dot. And then now I'm just going to say, I want to use the common.txt, and it'll do that, and it'll run it, and it'll find it for us. And then the output of this is a little bit different, as you can see. So it still finds the same things: contact, customer, development log, monthly news, robots.txt, sitemap. It found other things. So private index PHP, assets, avatars. Very, very interesting. So it actually found some other things that were not available from fuzz. So that's cool. Now we can try to run GoBuster and see what else we can find. So this, again, pretty much same thing, right? Like very, very similar queries that are being run. It's just that their options are typically a little bit different. And so we will do word list, right? I think that's how you call on the word list. Oh no, it's actually -w by itself. So let's call on the word list real quick, like that. And then we'll do common.txt and then just run that. And then it'll do it. So look at that: assets, contact, customers, development log, monthly news, private, robots, sitemap. So actually derb was the only one that found those other locations, which is actually very, very cool and very interesting. So these are the results, right? The most common, these are the ones that showed up pretty much in every scan. So the question here is, what's the name of the directory beginning in MO? And that is the monthly directory that we see right here. What's the name of the log file that was discovered? And that was the development.log file that was discovered. So very cool tools. These are very, very useful, and they actually make our lives much easier, because a couple of commands and within a matter of seconds, you got a bunch of information that would probably take you at the very least like an hour or two to find if you were doing it manually. So very cool tool. I love automation. It's one of my favorite things in life, and now you know how to do it. So if you've never been exposed to anything with pen testing or anything like that, or if you've never been exposed to any kind of tools like this, this is now a pretty big jump from the last video and everything else that's inside of PenTester, Junior PenTester. We are now making an official jump into some tools that we're using and like strategies that we're using, and then you learned how to use Google hacking and all of the things. So this was a pretty good video. If you've never been exposed to anything like this before, this is a very, very solid video, and it helps you really understand what's actually possible when you go inside of Junior PenTester. So we talked about manual discovery, looking at these various files like robot.txt, and looking at the favicon and what that actually can get you as far as information is concerned. I don't know why I can't zoom in. There you go. So the favicon, and it can give you what the type of framework is actually being used on a specific website, and the sitemap XML, the various links that you actually want the search engines to index, and looking at HTTP headers, looking at the framework stack, looking at open source strategies like Google hacking, Google dorking, and we looked at the exploit database website and all of the actual pre-made queries that are available for you over there. The Wapalizer tool, which is literally a 1-2-click tool that can be used to get you a lot of information about a website. The Wayback Machine, the GitHub repositories, S3 buckets, and of course the tools that we use for automated discovery like GoBuster, derb, and of course FUF. FFUF. So hopefully you actually got some really cool value out of this video, because I love going through this kind of stuff, and it's always a nice refresher. And hopefully it was actually a really nice way for you to get an introduction to a lot of these concepts as well. If you got value out of this video, and if you would like to find more videos like this one, and of course get more videos on the Junior PenTester playlist, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, on this playlist, or on future playlists. Drop a comment if you have any questions, of course, if you just want to say hi, all of that good stuff. And there's the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist that is dropping every single Friday as well. So it's the more advanced version of the penetration tester conversation, because technically in this playlist, the video that you're watching, we're in the Junior Pentester playlist. So it's building you up to prepare you for the CompTIA Pentest Plus. So every Friday, as it stands, as I'm recording this, every Friday, there's a new video that comes out with CompTIA Pentest Plus until we're finished with that, and then we'll move on to another playlist, and then you will have that full playlist available to you. So depending on when you're watching this video, it may already be completed, or it's still probably in the format that I'm still recording it, and you'll be able to get access to it. But we also have Network Plus. This one's already done. CompTIA Network Plus is done. There are people that have taken this playlist, studied this playlist, and passed their examinations. Same thing with the Linux Plus playlist. They've taken it and they've passed their examinations. Security Plus, really, really cool. And it's kind of the introduction to the overall concept of cybersecurity and security in general. This is a members-only playlist for all of our Hackaholics Anonymous members that I give them monthly Python automations. Especially if you're an agent or above. So if you're an agent, guardian, or a master, you get these free scripts that I create for you. And then these videos tell you how to customize the scripts for your own life, or how to just recreate them in more advanced versions. And there's a Cybersecurity 101 playlist. There are all of the SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, Security Engineering playlists. There are hundreds of videos on this page, and we're not going to slow down anytime soon. So there's CompTIA Pentest Plus, there's going to be CompTIA CYSA Plus, there's going to be CompTIA Server Plus, then there's going to be the AI for cybersecurity videos, and then there's just everything else that's available on TryHackMe. There are so many more videos that are going to come out on this channel, and I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it. You don't want to not be here. So if that's even remotely interesting to you, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when those videos come out. Drop a comment if you have any questions, or if you just want to say hi, and that's it. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comments section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 8 of the Junior PenTester training series, we're going to go through the concept of subdomain enumeration, and this is where the fun really begins, right? So this is all a part of the introduction to web hacking module that's a part of the Junior PenTester pathway of TryHackMe. And subdomain enumeration, so if you don't know what a subdomain is, when you have google.com and then you have mail.google.com, that mail part is a subdomain, and then you can have drive.google.com or any of those intro parts of it. That first chunk, that's considered a subdomain. And so when you are attacking an entity, or when you're trying to do reconnaissance against a website or a web application, a lot of times there is an admin portal, right? So it would be admin.tryhackme.com, for example, or admin.google.com, something like that. Or you can have login.google.com, or you could have server.google, whatever it is. So there are these subdomains that can actually be very useful to us to try to find entryways to a web application. This is known as an attack vector. So we want to find various attack vectors through which we can get access to the web application and all of the data inside of the web application, and to be able to do some nifty things as far as hacking and pen testing and all those things are concerned. So that's what we're going to be talking about in the video today. And we have a few different tasks here. So we have the brief, which is basically the overview, the introduction. Then we have this concept of open source intelligence, so OSINT. We've already talked about this. So we're going to be doing OSINT for SSL and TLS certificates, which are encryption methods to encrypt data that is sitting on a website or a web application. And then we have OSINT done through the search engines, and then we have DNS brute forcing, and then OSINT that is done through the sublister tool. And then we're going to be looking for virtual hosts. So this is the overview. This is essentially what we're going to be talking about in the video today. These are the topics we're going to be covering. This is a subscriber-only room that's available through TryHackMe. So it does require that you actually have a paid membership through TryHackMe, but again, it is very inexpensive to get this membership through TryHackMe. I get nothing out of it. This is a platform that many universities and many schools that teach hacking and cybersecurity, all those things, they use this specific platform to help their students get hands-on experience, because we can attack web applications like we're going to be doing, and we can attack a bunch of different types of targets without being arrested for a felony, which is a very important concept when you're learning hacking. And so this is just one of those really, really cool tools at your disposal, which is the TryHackMe platform. You can always just download the individual tools that we're going to be using and kind of like use them the way that I'm going to use them to try to gain some experience that way. But again, please don't do it against a target that is not your actual computer, or maybe your cell phone or a secondary computer. I technically have 3 computers in this room. I actually just bought one yesterday, which I'm super excited about, the Mac Studio, really, really cool computer. So technically I have 3 actual computers here that I can scan. I also have my cell phones that I can scan, and a variety of other targets that I can scan for free without having to worry about anybody arresting me. So you can do the same thing for yourself. You can scan the IP address of your cell phone, for example, or you can scan your other computer, or there are a bunch of dummy websites that you can also scan that you won't get into trouble for. And at the very least, you can scan TryHackMe. TryHackMe gets so many people scanning it because of the fact that they have a bunch of exercises where they tell you to scan TryHackMe as a part of the exercise. So you can scan TryHackMe if you want to. That is essentially it. It was created by TryHackMe platform, obviously, and we have, what is that, Ripple Force Stick or Ripple Replastic? Maybe Replastic? I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that username, but that's our room creator. So we're grateful for them. And you can request them as a friend, by the way. So if you actually have a membership in TryHackMe, even a free membership, you can request people as friends. So you can find me and request me as a friend. So you can also find Replastic and request him as a friend. And then this is my profile. So if you wanted to request me as a friend, that's the username. That's my username, Hephaestus, which was the Greek god of creation. He was like the one that built all of the tools and the weapons for the gods. So Hephaestus would be my username on TryHackMe if you wanted to find me and request me as a friend. All right, now that we have gotten all of that out of the way, let's go into the brief. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the subdomain enumeration video. All right, as I already mentioned, the concept of subdomain enumeration is the process of finding valid subdomains for a domain. And we do this to expand our attack surface, right? To try to find new attack vectors, to try and discover more potential points of vulnerability and potential points that we can actually exploit. So we're going to explore 3 different subdomain enumeration methods, which is the brute force, OSINT, which is open source intelligence, and virtual host enumeration. And the virtual machine that's been assigned to us, this is our target machine. There's a green button that is the color of this green that you see right here, the neon green. So if you're inside of this room, then you would click that first. And then we also need to start the attack box, which is done by the blue button typically at the top. I'm super zoomed in right now. So if I click on show split view, which I'll just do just so you can see, it's like really zoomed in on the attack box, as you can see on the right hand side right here. And then there's this button right here that says view in full screen. And then when you click on that, it opens it in full screen. So it actually looks like this. So this is what it will look like. So this is what I'm going to be doing when we actually go in through the exercises and everything else that we're going to do. I need to exit the split view right there. And I think it may have, no, okay, that's cool. So that is what we're going to be doing to be able to attack or scan, enumerate our target machine. So subdomain enumeration beginning with B is brute forcing. Subdomain enumeration beginning with O is OSINT. And enumeration method beginning with V would be the virtual host. Those were like really silly questions, but whatever, that is what it is. So now that we have the brief and essentially just kind of like a reiteration of what we're going to be doing inside of this video, we can now go into the first strategy, which is doing open source intelligence, OSINT, for SSL and TLS certificates. All right, so if you don't already know what an SSL or TLS certificate is, the best way that I can display this to you is by going to this location right here. So at the right next to any domain name, when you're inside of your browser, there's a button right here. This one looks like these the square, what is it, like the circle and the dash, but a lot of times it's just a lock symbol, which is what you can also see right here. This connection is secure portion. So when you click on this, right, it'll open up the certificate options for this specific website, which is TryHackMe. Now, if I click on connection is secure, it'll say right here, certificate is valid. And if I click on that, it's going to open up a pop-up window where it actually gives me the details of the certificate for TryHackMe and the certificate authority. So the certificate authority in this particular case has been issued by WE1, and it's through the Google Trust Services. So it's essentially a Google certificate, and the certificate authority is Google Trust Services. And it's been issued to tryhackme.com, as you can see right here. The validity period is May 31st of 2025, and it expires August 29th of 2025. And this is mainly done, and Google themselves, like I think they renew theirs every month or something because they're a certificate authority, so they could do that. But the reason why they renew certificates, and the reason why it's a good idea to renew a certificate, is so that these encryption fingerprints, excuse me, I just lost my thoughts for a second. But these encryption fingerprints, these are SHA-256 hashes, right? So there's the actual certificate's fingerprint, and then there's the public key fingerprint, and then there's the overall SSL TLS certificate itself. And the SSL TLS certificate is an encryption. So these hashes can't be decrypted or decoded, but the encryption of the certificate itself, that can be decrypted. And so you want to renew or change your certificate frequently, just in case hackers are trying to actually attack you and get into your systems. You want to be able to kind of keep them on their toes and give them a different target and renew the target that they're scanning and trying to decrypt frequently so that they can't actually do it. So this is the reason why there would be short certificate validity periods, and it's just a good idea to keep that as a practice, right? So that's what that means when you see a certificate. So if there's a SSL TLS certificate, secure sockets layer, or a transport layer security, these are things that are created by a certificate authority, and just in this case it was Google Trust, right? And they take part in what's called the certificate transparency log. So these certificate authorities are listed in the logs that are publicly accessible of every certificate created for a domain name. And the purpose of these logs is to stop malicious and accidentally made certificates from being used. So we can use this to our advantage to discover subdomains belonging to a domain. And sites like this, cert.sh, offers a searchable database for us that we can actually use. So if we go over here, this is it, right? So if you actually go and enter an identity, domain name, organization, or a certificate fingerprint, which is that hash that we saw, or a cert.sh ID, you'll be able to find does stuff like that. So let's do tryhackme.com. And if we go over here, we'll be able to see all of the certificates historically that they've used, and it goes back to a very, very long time, right? So they'll tell you these are the matching identities, right? So this asterisk tryhackme.com means that any subdomain belonging to tryhackme.com. And then if we go further down, we can actually careers tryhackme, IP, or I think that's LP tryhackme, resources tryhackme, help tryhackme, business, cancel, authority, and then you can see a bunch of subdomains already without us even having to scan TryHackMe. So this is actually a really useful little tool that we can use to try to find potential subdomains for a given domain. I'm actually going to save this because it's actually really useful for us. So there we go. So we have the cert.sh platform that allows us to get a searchable database of all the certificates, and then it shows historical data, and then of course you can actually see the entities that are available, or the subdomains that are available for a given entity. And so we're going to be looking at this specific date for TryHackMe to try to see what the answer for the question itself would be. So I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to search for this, and then I'm going to do Command F, which is Control F when you're doing Windows. I'm on a Mac computer, so I'll do Command F. And so on Command F, if we come down to this date, we can see that the store.tryhackme.com is the subdomain that would be most likely our answer. And so it is store.tryhackme.com. So very cool, right? Very, very cool and easy, quick way to try to find subdomains through open source intelligence, because it's literally a public database that you can go get access to without a username or a password, and you can look for any domain, right? Any location online, and then it'll give you their list of subdomains that have been previously secured by SSL TLS certificates. So very, very cool resource. So let's move on to doing OSINT using search engines. Google dorking is the strategy that we would use for trying to do research through search engines. So Google hacking, Google dorking, and we already talked about this earlier in this module when we were looking at the various ways that we can do open source intelligence. And so one of the ways, if you don't already know, there's a location online called exploit-db, exploit-db.com. And this is a database of a bunch of different exploits. And then there's a little section right here, which is another database for the Google hacking exploits. And these are all actual queries that you can type into Google. So I can copy and paste this into Google. And it's considered a Google dorking or a Google hacking query. And so when we do Google dorking or Google hacking, we're taking advantage of the advanced filters, the advanced search options inside of Google. So in this particular case, the only result that was brought up from the billions of links that are inside Google was this particular location, which has, what is it? I don't even know what this is, but this is probably, what does it look like here? Let's see what we can load here. It looks like a device name is a Micro Logix processor. This is the IP address assigned to it, and it's available through remote run, I guess. So this gives us access to processors, I guess, or whatever it may be. But essentially, these are all of the various queries that already exist inside of the Google hacking database, inside of exploit database. So if you wanted to learn how to create, or just if you wanted to see some creative creations for these queries that you can use through Google hacking, you would be able to come to this place and then try to find whatever data that you want, right? So the options that we have here inside of this is to try to find subdomains. That's kind of the goal that we want. So if you use the site parameter and then give it the argument of *.domain.com, it'll look for anything that comes before this dot, right? So the asterisk would be the wildcard character. Now, included in that would be www, so we would do minus site and then give it this specific location. And so it wouldn't include the www, and then it would give us everything that has to do with anything that has to do with this domain that is not www. So if I actually go and type this into Google, right? So if I do site and then we will do asterisk TryHackMe right? Oh, excuse me, *tryhackme.com, and then I do minus site, and then do www.tryhackme.com. Then we should be able to see all of the subdomains. So business.tryhackme, careers.tryhackme, business blog, business blog, resources, and then there's over 10 pages of subdomains that are available. Help.tryhackme, right? Careers again, and a bunch of other stuff. And I think it goes even further. So there's a bunch of different subdomains that have been already indexed from Google just for TryHackMe, right? So you could do this with any specific website. So I can go and do this for Google and then come here and then replace that as well. And now we can see all of the stuff that is indexed for Google and all of their subdomains. So cloud.google, home.google, what else do we have? Home, support.google, workspace.google, and it'll just continue to go. And that one probably has even more options than TryHackMe does, and it'll probably go into the dozens. And look, there's different languages also that are available. So earth.google as well, and it shows, I think, like Japanese or Chinese, and it shows Russian and a bunch of different languages. I mean, probably every language that's available in the world is going to be indexed through Google, simply because of the fact that it's Google, right? So this is one of the ways that we can also search for subdomains and using open source intelligence without doing any kind of scanning. So if we went to Google and actually did this right here, which should reveal a subdomain for tryhackme.com, use that subdomain to answer the question below. So it says, what's the subdomain beginning with S discovered in the above search? So this is already something that I had already done, so I can probably just go back and do it again. And then now we're looking for something that starts with S. The answer obviously was already on the page, but it would be something that you would have to click through a couple of times, because this video is being made very many days after this room was made, which was made 1,300 days ago. So for probably at the time, it was a little bit easier to find it. Oh, it's right here. Boom. store.tryhackme.com. That's the store subdomain for TryHackMe, which is our answer right here. So Google dorking is very, very powerful. You can get a lot of really cool freaking things through just Google hacking, Google dorking, and you can find a lot of great information online just in general or for a specific domain name. And this is how I find recruiters, by the way. So I've demonstrated this multiple times, but you can always go over here and do this, right? So you can actually go site linkedin.com, and then you can say in text, right? And then you can do recruiter, and then you can also do in text and then give it a name of a company. So let's say Coca-Cola or something, and then try to find actual recruiters that belong to Coca-Cola. And so it'll bring it up. So Kim Presnall, senior recruiter, the Coca-Cola company. Jonathan Smith, Coca-Cola, executive recruiter, Coca-Cola. So you can see how quickly and easily you can find recruiters for any given company. So if you apply to a job for a company, you can come here, go over to LinkedIn, search recruiter, and search the name of the company, find the recruiters, and then send them a quick little message saying, hi, I just applied to this job. I just wanted to introduce myself. Would love to chat with you and answer any questions you may have. And I did that hundreds of times, and some of the recruiters actually reached back to me, and we got a chance to open up dialogue, and now I have a job in Las Vegas. So this stuff works, and it's actually very clever and creative, and I promise you, not very many other people are doing it. So if you do it, you stand out from the crowd. All right, let's move on to DNS brute forcing. Brute forcing, or the concept of a brute force, is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. So it's you trying manually or through a tool all of the different options, right, to enter something. So if you wanted to brute force your way into a building, you would try to use physical brute force, right, to break down the door. That's kind of what this is like. So we're not doing anything finesse wise, or we're not doing any kind of a sophisticated creative type of attack. We're just going to try thousands upon thousands, maybe even millions of different options to try to find whatever the different subdomains might be in this particular case. And you can also brute force usernames, you can also brute force passwords, and it typically comes with a predefined list of commonly used subdomains. And the sec list repository is a really big one. So if I do sec lists and then I do GitHub, right, it'll take me to the sec list repository. And that's really interesting because it thinks, I guess, Google is thinking that I'm trying to do something that I shouldn't be doing, and it asks me if I'm a robot. The seclist repository was built by Daniel Meisler, so you can actually find it on his profile. So if you go to github.com/Daniel Meisler and /seclist, you will be able to find this amazing repository. And inside of this repository, there is this location, the discovery. And then inside of discovery, you can go in here and you can try to find DNS discovery, right? And then inside of DNS discovery, there will be a bunch of word lists, right? So TXT files. So combined subdomains. What else do we have here? There's subdomain Spanish, subdomain top 1 million. And there's, again, a lot of really cool stuff. And inside of this, there's obviously also password brute forcing options that are available as well inside of the passwords folder. So if you go inside of that, you'll find cracked hashes and a bunch of really cool things. So this is a really powerful repository that has a bunch of word lists that serve different purposes. So this is what it means to find to use a predefined list of commonly used subdomains. That's how we would do it. We would download the seclist repository, and then we would use one of those text files to try to do our brute forcing with any given tool. So this requires many requests, and we automated with tools to make process quicker. In this instance, we're using a tool called DNS Recon to perform this, and so it's going to be available inside of the view site button. So I'm going to have to zoom out of the page so we can actually do the view site button here. And when we do this, it's going to open it up in split screen. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to run this command that is already created for me, so I don't even have to do it really. So DNS recon -t brt -d acmeitsupport.thm. I'm just going to click that, and it's going to start running it. And as you can see, the scan runs, and it says 2 records have been found: api.acmeitsupport and www.acmeitsupport. So it says, what is the first subdomain found? And that is the API Acme IT Support. This is very elementary. This is not usually what it looks like when you run one of these tools. There are dozens of responses that come back, and the command is a little bit more complex. I typically use GoBuster for this process because I just like GoBuster. It's like a really good reconnaissance enumeration tool that we can use. But technically, you can use Nmap as well. You can use a variety of different tools. You can use Metasploit's framework because it has a bunch of stuff inside of it for enumeration of subdomains. So this is just for the intensive purposes of this specific video. We're just going to rely on this, and it was done using DNS Recon. So that's kind of it, right? So it's not that complicated when you really think about using a tool to do this for you. It ends up making the process extremely simple, and all you need to learn is how to run the command for that tool, and then you'll be able to get a list of subdomains that you can add to your enumeration file or your reconnaissance file, and then you can build upon that list as you go further using Nmap or some other kind of scanning tool to try to see what versions of services are running on these subdomains. For example, the API Acme IP support, or you would use a tool like Zap, where you would try to index all of the different links and extensions and URLs that are available through this specific location, and then from there try to find different potential attack vectors or vulnerabilities that you can exploit when you finally go into your exploitation phase. But again, I tend to get ahead of myself, so I'm doing it again. We're technically still inside of the introduction to web hacking, so we have not gotten to the point where we're going to start creating exploits and all of that stuff. So right now we're just doing enumeration and scanning. So in that spirit, we're going to move on to the next one, which is another OSINT approach here, which is the sublister tool. Sublister is actually a Python file. So it's a Python script that was created by, I don't know who the name of the author is, and I apologize. So we can Google it, but I don't want to kind of digress too much. It is a Python tool, just know that. And there used to be a room, I wonder if it's still here, No, the room is actually no longer there. So there you don't need the room. I'll say that it's a Python tool basically, and you can if you have it downloaded, typically it's available through Kali Linux. If you don't have it pre-installed on your version of Kali Linux, then you can go ahead and find it from the GitHub repository, because you can get sublister, there you go, GitHub, like that, and then you'll be able to download it, right? So, and it's created by Abul3LA. So I guess that Abulela. So I don't know how to pronounce that, but this is it. This is the Python script that has been designed to enumerate subdomains of websites using open source intelligence, right? So this is a very cool little script that actually does the work for us, but it does it through open source intelligence, not necessarily through directly scanning the website. So if we actually go to our view site, so if I click view site right here and go right here and I run it, and this is anytime that you run the Python script, you actually have to include the .py at the end of it unless you've added it to your environment variables. So this is it, sublister.py, and this is assuming that sublister is already inside of our current location inside of the machine, which is represented by this dot. Otherwise, you would have to give it the full path of the script wherever it's located. So in this particular case, it's inside of our current directory, and so we're going to call on the script by actually calling on the script like that, and then we're going to give it the domain, which is Acme IT support. We're going to run it, and now it's going to run, and then it's going to give us all of these things. So web55, www, and that's pretty much it. That's all it found. And it's searched inside of Baidu, Yahoo, Google, Bing, Ask, Netcraft, VirusTotal, ThreatCrowd, SSL certificates, passive DNS, and again in VirusTotal. So it actually searched for the directory, or not the directory. It searched through databases for the subdomain. My mind again farted, and it found these things from open source intelligence resources like these different websites. So now we have Web55 that's been added to our subdomain that was not previously found when we actually ran the DNS brute force using that previous tool. So now we have a new subdomain that we found, which is web55.acmeitsupport. And this kind of gives me a perfect segue to tell you to use different tools. Don't just rely on one tool, because the first tool that we used, that DNS Recon, right? When we used that tool, it only gave us api.acmeitsupport as well as www. And then when we ran sublister, it found web55.acmeitsupport, and that was because this was listed on an online database, and DNS brute force was actually using, or DNS Recon, it was using a word list, right? So these different tools have different functionalities, therefore they can pull different data for you. So you always want to use multiple tools, and with enough experience you'll kind of get a good idea of what your favorite tools are going to be, so that when you run these exercises, when you run these scans, you'll be able to find you'll be able to use your specific favorite tools to try to find as much information about your target as possible. Now we can move on to virtual host enumeration. Once you've exhausted all of your OSINT resources, then you get into the point where you actually have to start scanning, right? And so the reason for this is that most subdomains, or some subdomains, are not hosted in publicly accessible DNS results through open source. So development versions of a web application or an admin portal. So the DNS record could be kept on a private DNS server or recorded on the developer's machine in their etc hosts file, or inside of a Windows machine in the Windows System 32 drivers etc hosts path, right? etc host is typically, this specific syntax is for either Mac OS or because Mac OS is based on Unix, and then Linux is also kind of based on Unix. So those types of Unix-based operating systems operate, or they have their host location inside of this path, and then when you're inside of Windows, it's inside of this path, which basically ends with etc host anyway. So these map the domain names to an IP address. So because the web server can actually host multiple websites from one server, when a website is requested from a client, the server knows which website the client wants from the host header. So we can utilize the host header by making changes to it and then monitoring the response to see if we've discovered a new website. So it's very similar to DNS brute forcing, and we can automate this by using a word list as well as an automation tool. So in this particular case, we're going to use the FUF tool, FFUF. And I've already started the attack box, which is accessible to us over here. And the command line, or the command itself, the syntax of the command is very simple. So you call on the tool, then you need to give it the -w and give it the path to the word list. And notice how the sec list word list is going to be used, or the sec list repo. And then we're going to go into discovery, DNS, and then we're going to look for the namelist.txt file. And then we're going to give it the host option for FUF. And the key element with FUF is that you need to use this all caps fuzz for a placeholder, so that every item on this word list is going to be placed there to try to find a match for us, right? So let's say there are 10 lines here, and then inside of this, it's going to give you 10 variations. It's going to use every name inside of that as a placeholder here to see if it matches as a subdomain for this host, and then we give it the URL as well. In this particular case is the 10.10.135.49, which is the URL that's available for our target machine that's been given to us. So it's the 10.10.135.49. So we're going to be giving it that as well. Typically, you can get away with just doing the host without actually giving it the URL. However, in this particular case, we are also giving it the IP address as well as the host itself. So hopefully that made sense. But that's the command, right? So this uses the W switch to specify the word list, and then the H switch, the capital H switch, adds and edits a header in this particular case for our host. So we have the fuzz keyword in the placeholder for the subdomain would normally go, and this is where we'll try all the options from the word list. And because the above command will always produce a valid result, we need to filter the output, and we can do this by doing a page size result for the -fs switch, and edit the below command, replacing the size with the most occurring size value from the previous result, and try it on the attack box. So same command, right? Very similar command, and then we just added the -fs to allocate the size, and the similar syntax to the first part, which tells us to ignore any results that are of a specific size. So the above command should have revealed 2 positive results that we haven't come across before. So again, we're going to run the first command, which is this piece right here, and then we're going to see what we can get. And then because it's going to produce a valid result, we need to filter the output, and then we're going to use page size result with this. So edit it with the most occurring size value from the previous result, and then try it on the attack box. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm fully zoomed in, so I'm going to kind of zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to actually just use split screen with our attack box so I don't have to go back and forth here. And then I'm just going to type the command. So I'll go to THM attack box right here, and I will open up a new terminal, and then we're just going to type our command in there. So let's make sure, what's going on with this? There we go. All right, so now we're going to open up the new terminal, and our location is the user location. So PWD tells us that we are in the root, and so we are going to be using FUF. So I will do call on the tool. I will give it the user share word lists sec lists discovery DNS namelist.txt. That's the path to the word list. And then I'm going to give it the header, and we're going to do host equals, or the host colon, right? And we're going to give it this placeholder right here. So it's going to be capital fuzz, not fucks, fuzz, and then acme it support.thm, and we're going to close that quotation out. And then we're going to give it the URL parameter, which is going to be the IP address of our target machine, which is that. right? So basically, I literally typed letter for letter exactly what that command was that was given to us, and now we're going to press enter. And so boom, it does a bunch of things, and you can see we get a bunch of results, right? And so the size 2395, and then what else do we have here? Progress, etc. There's a lot of stuff right here. Size 2395, size 2395, size 2395. So one of the most common, or the most common, seems to be size 2395. And so that's the one that we're going to use as our placeholder when we use the FS switch. So easy way to duplicate the previous command is just press up on my up arrows and it'll bring the previous command. And now I can do -FS, and then I'm going to give it 2395. Press enter, and now it should give me a smaller set of results, which it does. Excellent. So now I have delta and I have yellow, and these are the two subdomains that were found for me. So the question says, what is the first subdomain discovered? And that's the delta subdomain. And what's the second one? And that is the yellow subdomain. So that's it. Very, very simple and easy. So yeah, hopefully you can see how easy it actually is to do this type of exercise, like subdomain enumeration, for example, using a tool like FUF. The key in any of these exercises, whether it's defensive security or offensive security, or really anything that has to do with tech, is automation and using tools to make your job easier, to save time, to get guaranteed results so that you don't have to rely on you typing and you doing manual search, because as we get more fatigued, we don't deliver the best performance that we can, because we're human and we're flawed. So because of that, to account for that, what we want to do is we want to use tools like the DNS Recon or the FUF tool, or any of these open source tools like the Sublister. So there's so many different tools that are available when we actually go inside of the pen testing world, or when we go inside of security analysis or security engineering or just development in general. And as you probably have seen in the world, the dishwasher was one of the first tools that was developed to automate this very tedious task of washing dishes, right? And I don't like washing dishes, so I use my dishwasher. And this is one of those things that saves so much time and energy, and you can rely on it performing the same way every single time. And that's just one of those really, really cool tools, right? Another version of this would be the horse and carriage, right? Somebody doesn't want to drag something using manual labor, so they built a wheel, and then the wheel got attached to this kind of carriage, and then now we can attach a horse to it, and oh my god, look at that. Now we actually have this really cool tool that helps us to automate and make our life easier to try to pull this thing. And then the car was developed, right? And then cars started getting more advanced, and then they started putting computers into cars. And now we're in a place where cars can now drive themselves. So automation is a really, really big concept in the world at large. So why would it be any different when we're doing pen testing and enumeration and subdomain scanning and even exploitation at a certain point when we actually get to it? Why would that be any different? And it wouldn't, right? You do the same thing. You use tools to make your life easier, to deliver results faster, and to make sure that the results come through the same way every single time. And that is the whole purpose behind everything that we've talked about today, and pretty much everything that we're going to continue to talk about. And as you go through the rest of the videos that are on this channel, you'll also see that theme with everything else that we also do, right? There's an entire tutorial that's dedicated to learning Python for security analysis and creating analysis algorithms, cybersecurity algorithms. That video exists on this channel, and it's because I love Python, because it helps me automate things, right? So that's the thing. And we used a Python tool. The Sublister tool is a Python tool that helps you automate things. So again, I can't say this enough. I think automation will be one of the most powerful tools at your disposal. If you don't use it, you are doomed to spend a lot of time and energy trying to do things, and then your competition will end up beating you. because they are using automation. So use automation to save time and energy, to make sure that you get results faster. And I can't say enough about it. So automation, 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 automation. Anyways, moving on. If you found this video useful, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel in the Junior Pentester pathway, in the CompTIA Pentest Plus pathway. Every Friday, there's a new video that comes out for CompTIA Pentest Plus until we finish that playlist entirely, and then you'll have that playlist that's available to you. And it's going to be very similar to what exists already over here. So this is the one that I'm currently working on, that it comes out with a new video every Friday. I've already completed Network Plus, I've already completed Security Plus and Linux Plus, and all of these things are available at your disposal to study and prepare for your examinations if you're going to do. People have actually taken these video courses and the practice questions that are inside of them, and they've joined Hackaholics Anonymous, which is our membership community, to get access to the slideshows and the notes document and all of the downloads for those specific courses to help them study, and they pass their examination. So these are things that I've developed with the intention of helping you, and Cybersecurity 101 is kind of the intro of everything. So if you are kind of overwhelmed and you don't know where to start, it would be always with Cybersecurity 101. And then from Cybersecurity 101, you can either go to Junior Pentester, which is where we're on right now, or you can go to SOC Level 1, which goes into defensive security and analysis and things like that. So that's kind of the gist of the content and everything that's been outlined on this channel, and it's available to you, and you can find a lot of stuff on here. If you want to search for specific content, you can go to the search right here and then be able to search for a specific keyword. So let's say snort or something. Snort is one of the tools that's used for security analysis, and there's videos on snort, and there's a bunch of stuff. There's like a really good amount of stuff that's available on this channel. So I encourage you to check it out, and then of course to get notified of future videos that come out, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, as we go along with Junior Pentester for web hacking, and we go through the rest of these videos, and then we ultimately end up in Metasploit and vulnerability and all of that good stuff. So that being said, again, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to get notified the next time that a video comes out. If you have any questions about anything, drop it in the comment section below. And that is it for today. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 9 of the Junior Pentester training series, we're going to start doing authentication bypass. And this is where you're going to really start feeling like a true hacker, because authentication means logging in, right? So your username and password. And so we're now going to learn how to bypass authentication, how to defeat logins and other authentication mechanisms to allow us to access unpermitted areas. And this is the stuff that really truly will make you feel like a hacker. And this is the fun stuff. This is like where it really starts getting really good. And so this is a part of our intro to web hacking module that's a part of the Junior Pentester pathway inside of TryHackMe. And of course, we have the overview right here. So the brief would be the introduction to it, the username enumeration, what that actually means, basically finding all the usernames available on a given web application, and then brute forcing and the concept of brute forcing passwords. We talked about brute forcing subdomains in the last video. We're going to be doing brute forcing passwords in this one. We're going to look for flaws inside of the logic, and of course we're going to tamper with cookies to try to get access to the authentication bypass. This was a room that was created by TryHackMe directly. So there's no individual creator that's been assigned to this. So we appreciate TryHackMe. I love TryHackMe. They do have a free version as well as a paid version of their membership. And the paid version gives you access to all of the more advanced rooms. For example, the room that we're in right now, because we're going to get to deploy a virtual machine, a target machine, and then we're going to deploy an attack box, which is going to be the machine that we're going to use to attack the target to try to find its passwords and all of those things. So it's, in my humble opinion, one of the best resources that's available to anybody who wants to learn hacking, especially if you go through a university or school or anything like that. They actually tell you to use TryHackMe because you get real world experience, and it's where theory meets practicality, right? You get to apply all of the theories that you've been taught so that you gain real world experience without committing a felony, because if you do all of this stuff without permission, you get a felony and that's not good. You go to jail, and the government will probably own your butt, right? So this is the platform that we're going to use. In my opinion, it's the best platform that exists, but that is my humble opinion. There is no way, I'm not getting anything out of this, so don't think that I'm trying to make a plug for me to get some kind of a sale or something. It doesn't work like that. I just think that they have a really, really good platform. And if you don't want to pay the $12 or whatever it is to get access to TryHackMe, then what you can do is you can get your own Linux machine, a Kali Linux machine. There's a tutorial that I created called Linux Plus that you can find the playlist for. And in the very first video in section 3, we go through installing Linux on a USB thumb drive or installing it on top of your current computer. So you can download Kali Linux. It comes with most of the tools, if not all of the tools needed for pen testing and hacking. And so you can use that, right? And then you can use that to try to attack Metasploitable, which is like a target machine that's available through the Metasploit framework. That would be your target machine that you can attack, and you still won't get into any kind of trouble. Or you can attack your own computer. Like if you have another computer the way that I do, or you have your cell phone, you can try to do it that way and try to find the IP address of your cell phone or your other computer and then try to attack your own computers. So that's one of the ways that you can do it. And when we do attacks, by the way, we're not trying to crash the machines. We're just trying to log into the machines. So don't freak out. We're not going to be doing anything to do any kind of a damage to anybody. We're just trying to find a way to bypass authentication. And that's the whole purpose of this video today. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us get into authentication bypass. I'm just going to jump into username enumeration because the brief literally says to just start the virtual machine that's been assigned to us, and it tells us that we're going to do different ways that website authentication can be bypassed, defeated, or broken, and this can be some of the most critical as it often ends in leaks of customer personal data. So username enumeration would essentially be our first task here, or the first strategy or concept that we need to cover. And usernames, you already know what a username is, and enumeration is the concept of finding all of the existing usernames or all of the usernames that potentially can be found through a web application or somebody's computer or somebody's network, whatever it may be. So when we try to find authentication vulnerabilities is to create a list of the valid usernames. That's one of the key first steps that you have to do. So when you do this, now you have a bunch of different targets that you can potentially attack, right? So the website error messages are great resources for collating this information to build a list of valid usernames. So we have a form to create a user account if we go to the Acme IT support website, which is this location. So this was the IP address that was assigned to me when I started that virtual machine, this target machine right here. So we actually have that specific link where we can go, where we can do customer sign up, and it's a sign up page where we can create it. So if we try to create the username admin and fill in the other forms with fake information, we'll see that we have an account already exists with this username, right? Because most likely there's an admin account that already exists. So If you get this kind of error message, that means that you now have the admin user that you can add to your list of usernames. So the existence of that message can be used to produce a list of valid usernames already signed up on the system by using a tool called FUF. And that's the one that we used previously in the last video to try to enumerate subdomains. So you can actually use FUF to enumerate usernames as well, right? You can even use it for password enumeration or password brute forcing, I believe. So it uses a list of commonly used usernames to check against for any matches that would exist. So the username list is something that's inside of the SecList repository that you can download directly from GitHub, and it has a bunch of really cool directories or folders for each different task. So usernames, passwords, discovery for domain names, things like that. So we're going to be inside of the username folder, then names, and then we're going to use the names.txt file, and then we're going to execute a post request, which means sending data to a website, and we're going to send this data. So we're going to send username, and then the username itself is going to be fuzzed. So these capitalized FUZZ serve as a placeholder so that everything that's inside of this file, each line that's inside of that file, is going to be placed here. And then the email, and then it's going to equal X, so literally anything. Password is going to equal X, and C password is also going to equal X. C password would be for confirming password. So we technically have 4 fields that we're filling in. Username fuzz is going to be the actual usernames that we're trying to discover, and all of these other ones are just going to be placeholders. And then we're going to provide the host header, which is the content type, application X, form, URL encoded, etc. And then the actual URL that we're going to try to attack in this particular case, which is the customer sign up. And then what the message that we're going to be looking for is username already exists. So if anything that we have submitted to this form comes back with username already exists, that means that that's the username that we can enumerate for further attacking, right? So this is basically explaining everything that I just explained. And in this particular case, we're going to actually run the exercise using the FUF tool just so we can get the answers to the questions below. Now you can get access to the FUF tool directly from GitHub by going to github.com/ffuf/ffuf, or you can get the attack box, which basically is what's available through TryHackMe. It's a Linux machine that has it pre-installed on it, or you can just download your own Kali Linux directly from kali.org and then go ahead and run FUF, because it comes pre-installed with most distributions of Kali Linux. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a file called valid usernames and add the usernames that we found using FUF. This will be used in task 3. So let's go ahead and open our attack box. I'm going to open it up in a new window so that it's a little bit easier for us to manage. And then from there, we're going to run the exercise. So when you click on this view full screen button, it'll open it up inside of a full screen for us. And I'm just going to minimize this here. And then I just need to make sure that it's not super zoomed in. Okay, perfect. So now we have our attack box up and ready to go. So let's open up a terminal and let's run the exercise. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to zoom in. And I just want you to see the command as I type it. Instead of running the command and then saving it to a file after the fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little extra to the end of the command so that it'll just save the results for us into the username file that they want us to create, which, what is it? I think it's called valid_usernames.txt is what we're going to be saving it to. So we're going to call on the FUF tool. We're going to give it the path to the word list that we're going to be using, which is the SecList's usernames location. So names, and then we're going to do home, or excuse me, not home, sorry. It's going to be names.txt. So that's going to be the path to the actual text file that has all of the usernames that we're going to potentially find. And we're going to send a post request, right? So we're going to execute a post request, and we're going to give it this specific command here, the data, right? So username is going to equal fuzz. This is the part that's most important. And then we're going to do email is going to equal X, and password is going to equal X, and the confirm password, so C password, is going to also equal X, right? So that's all of the data that we're going to be passing through. And we're basically trying to just find placeholders for that fuzz element. And then we're going to pass the headers to this, and we're going to pass the URL and everything else, right? So the header in this case is going to be presented by this capital H, and we're going to do content type and an application x www form URL encoded. Okay, so this just knows that the web server knows that we're sending form data. That's basically the reason why we need to send this, so that the web server that we're interacting with, it knows that we're trying to send form data to it. That's why we need to include this header in this particular section. After we do this, we're going to do the actual URL, right? The IP address that we're trying to attack here, which is the 229.251, and it's going to be /customers/signup. Okay, and then the message itself, that's going to be username already exists, is going to be the message that we're going to end up sending. So it's going to look for text on the web page that we're looking to validate that we've actually found a legitimate username. So this is the entirety of the command that they gave us. So the one piece that I'm going to add is this portion. I'm going to add this little, what is it? I think it's called the greater than symbol, to forward the output of this entire result, right? I want to forward the output of this entire result into this specific file, which is going to be our valid usernames.txt file. And that's basically it. We're going to output it to that. We're going to press enter. It's going to run. It's going to do all of these things. Oh, you know what? I just realized that as I run this, I think what's going to happen is it's going to actually save all of this into the valid usernames file instead of just saving the valid usernames. And I think that's actually not what we're trying to do. So if I do valid usernames just to see what's inside it, oh, no, perfect. They actually saved the valid usernames for us. So we have admin, Robert, Simon, and Steve. These are the valid usernames. I don't know if I need the rest of this data right here, this status, etc., etc. So that is something that may not necessarily be useful to us. So what I'll do is I'm going to, let's see, I'll do this. I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to do echo, and I'm going to send admin and what is it? Robert. I wonder if it'll do it line by line. I hope it does it line by line. Robert, Simon, and Steve. I hope it sends it line by line. If it doesn't, then I am screwed and I have to do this manually. And then we'll just call it the usernames.txt file. And so if I do the cat for the usernames.txt, it did not do it line by line. So it actually created it one at a time. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove usernames.txt, and we're also going to remove the valid underscore usernames.txt. And then we're going to do this one more time where I'm going to do echo and I'm going to do admin. So I wonder if I press enter like that. No, that's not how it works. Okay, so I guess I'll just do this one by one. So admin, Robert, Simon, and Steve. So I'm just going to do nano, and I'm going to do usernames.txt. I'm going to open this up, admin, Simon, Robert, and Steve. And then we're going to do Control O to write it, and then Control X to exit. And admin, Robert, Simon, Steve. I think that's what it was, right? Admin, Simon, Robert, Steve. Same shit. Okay, very good. All right, cool. So now we have our usernames inside of a file, which is the usernames.txt file. And we were able to do it by running this command at the very, very top right here for FUF, right? So we ran basically the full thing, and then we output the results into the valid usernames.txt. And I wonder if I can, so I'm going to, honestly, I just want to see if I can still use the file that had all of the status results right here, all of these things. I wonder if we can still use that. And if we can, then I know for future. So I'm just going to rerun this one more time just so it can recreate that file that I deleted. And I just want to see if I can use the file even though it has those statuses in it, because most likely we're going to end up referencing our file that we created. So to run like another exercise later on in this video, but I just thought that if it had these statuses, it would also pass the statuses to the next tool that we're going to use instead of just passing the usernames. So I'm going to try both. I'm going to try the username file that I created manually as well as the file that was just created like this for us, just to see if it'll actually end up working. So now we have that. So the questions here are, what is the username starting with an SI, which is Simon? The one starting with ST is Steve, and the one starting with RO is Robert. And we actually have all of that here. Admin, Robert, Simon, and Steve. Excellent. Cool. So now let's move on to the next piece, which is the brute force element. So we're going to use the username file that we just generated to actually brute force an attack on the login page. And literally, there is a note right here that says, if you piped the output from the FUF directly, you may have difficulty. You have to clean the data. So now I already know my answer, which means that I can't use that file. So I'm glad that I made the manual version of it. So a brute force attack is an automated process that tries a list of commonly used passwords against either a single username or, in our case, a list of usernames. So when running this command, make sure that the terminal is in the same directory as the valid usernames file. And we're going to use FUF again, right? So the word list is now going to be the valid usernames file that we created. And we're going to give it a few extra parameters here. And so we're going to give it the seclist password common credentials password, which is the 10 million password list top 100. So the top 100 of the 10 million passwords. And then the second portion is going to be the actual post request again that we're going to give the username being W1, the W1 variable that we just created right here. So this is going to be valid usernames is going to be attached to the W1 variable. And then this actual word list is going to be attached to the W2 variable that we see right here. So when we send the data, we're going to send W1 as the username, and we're going to send W2 as the password. And then again, we're going to send the form URL encoded so that the server knows that we're trying to send URL data, or excuse me, form data, I should say. And then we're going to send it to the login, and then we're going to use FC, which is, what does this do? So it checks for the HTTP status code other than 200. Okay, got it. So we're going to check for a status code other than status 200, which I believe means that we're looking, because 200 would be a successful login. So to find a positive match, we're using this to check for an HTTP status other than 200. So I guess it would get rid of all of the ones that are not 200. I'm curious. So if we run this, it'll find a single working username and password combination, and then we can use that to answer the question below. You already see the answer, but we actually want to run it so that we can see what the results would be. So let's go back into our terminal here, and then I'm just going to type up that full command that you just saw. But I mean, it should be fairly easy for you to kind of wrap your head around this by now, hopefully. So we're going to start again with FFUF. We're going to do the first W option is going to be valid usernames, or actually for me it's usernames because I misplaced valid usernames. And it's going to be stored in the W1 variable. And then we're going to do, there's no space here, so you're going to do user, share, word lists, sec lists, and then passwords, and then common credentials, and then 10 million password list top 100 .txt. It's massive. That's a long name right there. And that is going to be stored inside of the W2 variable that we created. And now we put a space, and then we're going to do capital X sending post data. And then the data itself is going to be the username equals W1 and the password equals W2. And then the header is going to say content type is application X www form URL encoded data, right? And then we're going to give it the actual URL that we're trying to log in here, which is going to be the HTTP / what was the IP address? It was 10.10. It's 10.10.229.251. and then we're going to do /customers login, and then we're going to do looking for a code of 200. So I guess because 200 is a success message, I guess it's going to look for anything other than 200 and get rid of it and only show us the success messages. I would presume that's what it's going to do. So we're going to press enter. And so what do we see here, right? So these are all the ones: duration, errors, 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 and then we have one, which is Steve with the password of Thunder. And that's basically it. And everything else gave us an error message. So Steve and Thunder are the responses right here. So there you go. Steve Thunder is the valid password and username. And then the format, you just want to do username first and then password after the /. And that's it. So again, you see how powerful it can be, right? When you learn how to use a tool like FUF, out of all of the tools that exist, this is just one of them. And there are so many of them that can be very, very useful to us. So if you use a tool like FUF to actually go ahead and brute force your way, then you can find usernames, and you can also find actual password combinations for that username. And from there, you will be able to gain entry to a web application. So now let's talk about the logic flaw that is available on a lot of websites, believe it or not. If you've never heard of the key term logic before, this is essentially any type of instruction that has been given to a script or a web application or anything that's supposed to perform a certain set of actions. So logic is a series of lines of code that is supposed to do something, okay? And in this particular case, we're looking for a flaw in the logic that has to do with authentication, right? So sometimes authentication processes contain those logic flaws. And this is when a specific path of an application is either bypassed, circumvented, or manipulated by a hacker. And this exists in any kind of or area of the website or any part of a web application or a regular application, anything that has to do with a script, anything that relies on code, right? It can actually contain logic flaws. And in this particular case, what we're looking for specifically has to do with authentication. So this is what kind of like an overview of the hacker's path might be, right? So the intended path, the normal path, is you go from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to step 4. What we're going to try to do is we're going to jump from step 1 to step 4. That's basically what we're trying to do as a visual, right? So the example in this case, this is a mock code that checks to see whether the start of the path that the client is visiting begins with /admin. And if it does begin with that, then the further checks are made to see whether or not the client is actually an admin. And if the page doesn't begin with /admin, then the page is shown to the client, right? So if the URL's substring between the places of 0 and 6 actually has admin in it, then it's going to check to see if the user is an admin. Otherwise, it's going to allow us to view the page, right? So if the URL does not have this right here, then it's not going to check to see if we're an admin. It's just going to show us the page, okay? So because this code uses the 3 equal signs, it's looking for an exact match on the string, including the same letter casing. And the code represents a logic flaw because an unauthenticated user requesting /admin with a capital M in it will not have their privileges checked and have the page displayed to them, totally bypassing the authentication check, right? So the triple equal sign is looking for exact casing as well as the actual letters themselves. So if we don't have the exact casing and we just have the capital M in there, we should technically be taken to the admin page because the web page itself is still going to process it. The web server is still going to process it and give us access to the admin page. It's just that we were able to bypass that logic because we used a capital M instead of a lowercase m. So we're going to look at the reset password function of the Acme IT support website. So same IP, same customers. Now we're just, instead of going to login, we're going to go to reset. So we see a form for the email address associated with the account on which we want to perform the password reset. If an invalid email is entered, we'll receive account not found from supplied email address. So for demonstration purposes, this is what it looks like, right? So they're going to send a password reset to this specific email address. So We're going to use Robert Acme IT support, which is accepted, and we're going to be presented with the next stage of the form, which asks for the username associated with this login email address. If we enter Robert as the username and press check username button, you'll be presented with a confirmation message saying that it was sent to Robert's email. So at this stage, we're wondering whether the vulnerability could actually be something that we have to know both the email and username, and then the password link is sent to the email address of the account user, right? So this will require running both of the below curl requests on the attack box, which can be opened by using the blue button, which I've already done. So in the second step of the curl or the reset email, the username is submitted in a post field to the web server, and the email address is sent in the query string as a get field. So this is what it's going to look like. First, we're going to do a curl command that basically is going to pull the data from this page, and then we're going to be sending the email Robert, all of this. So everything that comes after this this question mark right here is the query that we're sending to this form right here. And usually when websites have been sanitized, you don't get to see this inside of the user or inside of the URL, but this specific website hasn't been sanitized and it hasn't been appropriately hardened or secured. So therefore you actually get to submit queries to it by just putting something after the question mark. So this is what we would do if we wanted to send an email as well as this, actually not just the email. So this, what you see right here, is URL encoded for the @ symbol. So the email is Robert at Acme IT support, and then we're sending a URL form encoded just so they know. And then the username itself is also going to be Robert that we're going to send. And all of this is going to be done doing the curl command. So the H flag is to add the additional header. In this instance, we're doing this because the web server needs to know that we're sending form data, so it probably understands the request that we're sending. And the user account is retrieved using the query string, but later on in the application logic, the password reset email is sent using the data found in the PHP variable request, right? So the request variable is an array, which is basically a block of code, a type of block of code that contains data received from the query string and the post data. If the same key name is used for both the query string and the post data, the application logic for this favors the post data fields rather than the query string. So if we add another parameter to the post form, we can now control where the password reset email gets delivered. So again, same thing, right? So customer reset email Robert, etc., etc. The content type, URL encoded, etc. Username, however, is going to be Robert and email, and then the email address for our attacker, right? So instead of sending it to Robert's email address directly, which would end up being this specific email address right here, it's going to be sent to our email address, because all we did was we combined the end of this, because this is all being sent to this variable, right? So now what happens is that it says the Acme password reset has now been sent to the attacker's email address. So now we need to create an account on the Acme IT support customer section. So doing so gives us a unique email address that can be used to create support tickets, and the email address is in this particular format. So rerunning the curl request number 2, but with the Acme IT support email, we'll have a ticket created on the account which contains a link to log us in as Robert, and then using Robert's account, you can view the support tickets and reveal a flag. So in this particular case, again, same command, right? Very similar command that we have right here. And in the very, very end, we just did the email address that was created for us using the Acme IT support, customer IT support location. So I'm going to go ahead and first create the email address, and then we're going to run this second command just so we get that password reset sent to us. So let's go back here and let's clear our terminal, and we're going to open up our browser and go to the path that would allow us to actually set or create an email address for ourselves. Okay, so let's give the browser a chance to load real quick. Okay, so to pull this off, we're going to go to the link that will allow us to actually create a customer's login. So first I'm going to go to the actual customer's location. And just by going to customers, it took me immediately to customers login. Now I don't have an account, so I'm just going to sign up for an account. And this should give me an email address. So my username is going to be Hank Hackerson, and my email address is, I guess, hankhackerson at whatever, thm.com, I guess. Password I'll do password, and then confirm password is also just going to be password. So basic, right? So now I should have a profile. So welcome to the customer dashboard. So my account right here should give me my email address. No. Oh, you know what? I think they gave us the format of the email address, and then there we go. So this is the format. So if we go under support tickets, this is the actual email, hankhackerson at customer.acmeitsupport.thm. Okay, great. So now I can actually open up the terminal again, and I can go ahead and run that command that allows us to forward the password reset link to our Acme IT support URL, or the Acme IT support email address. So I'm just gonna do the whole thing, and I'm gonna speed through it. We're gonna do a time lapse real quick, just so you can kind of see what this whole thing looks like. Okay, so there it is. So we did the curl command, and customer reset email equals Robert at Acme IT support. I did not use a URL encoded at symbol, so I wonder if that actually will still work, because the instructions didn't use a URL encoded at symbol. Content type is the application URL encoded right here, so that it knows that we're sending the form data. And then username is going to be Robert, and email address is going to be hankhackerson at customer.acmeitsupport.thm. And you know what? I need to do a single quote at the end right here. So, okay, boom, we're going to press enter. And so we'll send you a password reset to Hank Hackerson at Acme IT support. Okay, perfect. So now if I refresh my page right here, look at that. We get a password reset ticket. Great. So now we're going to open up the ticket, and it's going to give us a link, right? So let's see. So it says we received a reset. Please visit this specific location to automatically log in. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to load it in our browser. Let's see if this works, huh? Paste and go. And now I should be logged in as Robert. Am I logged in as Robert? Yep. Robert at Customer IT. So there you go. Now I have one ticket here, and that ticket says this is your flag. So THM auth bypass complete has been done. So this is going to be the flag that's available inside of Robert's ticket. Excellent. So we were able to get the login as Robert. That's kind of cool. I don't know how practical this is in the real world, because I'm pretty sure like most advanced websites or web applications, we can probably bypass, or we probably might not be able to do this, to be able to bypass it. However, you would be surprised how many companies are vulnerable to this type of an attack. So this was cool. I really liked it. I really like doing it. And hopefully you actually got some value out of this one as well, because this was fun. Like any of these exercises, when I get a successful result, I just get super nerdy and I get really excited about it. So hopefully you enjoyed this particular exercise, because this was fun. This is kind of like believe it or not, this is like an intermediate level hack that we just did right here. And we were able to exploit logic flaw in this website. So very, very cool stuff. Now we can move on to cookie tampering. All right, cookies are the very, very interesting little entities that belong to web browsers, and they're generated during an online session. And tampering with these cookies, editing these cookies, can actually have a variety of different outcomes, like, for example, unauthenticated access, or access to another user's account, or elevated privileges. So if you need a refresher on this, or if you've never actually been exposed or experienced cookies, there is this really, really great room called the HTTP in detail room, which is this room right here. And it's actually a free room that anybody can use. So as long as you have a free user account with TryHackMe, you can get access to this which is the cookies task specifically. So they're saved when you receive a set cookie header from a web server. And every further request that you make, you'll send a cookie data back to the web server. Because HTTP is stateless, it doesn't keep track of your previous requests. Cookies can be used to remind the web server who you are and some personal settings for the website that you want, whether you've been visited the website before. So this is what it kind of looks like when you send a request, right? So the first one is the get request that's sent. And the client, meaning your web browser, is requesting a web page from cookies.thm.com or cookies.thm, right? That would be the URL. And then the next one is going to be the response that you're going to get from the web server. So it responds back with a simple web page with a form asking for the username. So this is the response from the web server, and then it's asking for the username basically. Then you send your username using a post request, and then you actually send the username itself, and this is one of the variables, I guess we can call it, or a parameter with an argument. So the name itself would be a variable, also known as a parameter, and then the argument would be Adam, which is the value of that variable or the argument to that parameter. So you send a post request, and essentially you're sending it to, again, notice that the content type application URL encoded part, because that's the part that we're telling it we want to send you form data to it, right? So we're sending the username, which is Adam, and then the server will respond with a set cookie header telling the client, your web browser, to save the data known as name equals Adam. So set cookie is now the command right here that the browser, the server, is giving us to save the name as Adam, right? So this session, everything that happens now belongs to the user Adam. And then we will send another request to the web server, and from here on the cookie is now going to equal that the name is Adam. So from now on, basically after this point right here, the cookie itself is going to say that the name itself is Adam. So everything that belongs to that session is now going to be tracked to the Adam username. And finally, the server will respond to us, right? So the server is going to say, hey, welcome back, Adam, right? The server sees the actual cookie data, and instead of displaying the form that it usually displays, it will display a welcome back message instead, because you previously logged in and it recognizes you, etc., etc. So this is how cookies work, right? And it's done with the set cookie command. It's the server responding with a set cookie header, telling your web browser, telling the client to save the data being name equals Adam. And then from that moment on, everything for that cookie is going to say that the name equals Adam. So this is like a crash course that we just went through when it comes down to cookies. So now that we know that, we can actually go ahead and mess around with cookies. So set cookie right here, logged in is true, max age is 3600, and the path would be the root. So these are the contents of some cookies that can actually be displayed in plain text, and they actually know what, or they're very obvious what they are intended to do. So the set cookie admin equals false, max age 3600, path equals 0. So they are logged in, yes, but they are not admin. So don't give them admin privileges. You see that? So if we change this and do admin equals true, then maybe we'll get admin privileges. How basic that is, right? So the logged in appears to control whether the user is currently logged in, and admin controls whether the visitor has admin privileges. Using this, if we were to change the contents of the cookies and make a request, we'll be able to change the privileges. So another curl command, right? Curl command cookie test. And then now we can see a returned message that we're not logged in. So now we'll send another request with the logged in cookie. So curl, and then you give it the header, and inside of the header, the cookie is going to be logged in equals true, admin equals false, and then you're going to go to cookie test. And then we're going to give in the message logged in as a user. Then we're going to send one more request that says curl. We're going to give it the cookie logged in equals true, admin equals true, same location. And now it says you're logged in as an admin, as well as a flag which we can use to answer question number 1. So that's going to be how we get our first question answer. Then we have hashing. So Hashes, in case you've never been exposed to them, and this is why it's so important to go to the Cybersecurity 101 playlist on this channel so that you actually understand what a hash is, so these things can make more sense to you. Cookie values can look like a long string of random letters, which is what this looks like, and these are hash values, right? So the MD5 algorithm, SHA-256 algorithm, SHA-512 algorithm, and the SHA-1 algorithm, this is what they actually look like. So they're just a random string of letters, and obviously SHA-256 is going to be longer than SHA-1, and SHA-512 is going to be longer than SHA-256, right? Because it's just a more complicated algorithm. So we can see that the hash output from the same input string can significantly differ depending on the hash algorithm. Even though the hash is irreversible, the same output is produced every single time, meaning the word, and so this is what we use all the time because I think CrackStation is amazing for this. So if I go here, this is how we can crack a hash because they have a massive database of hashes and what their plain text values are. So if I go to MD5 generator, right, and I can actually generate an MD5 hash value of a word, okay? So if we go to MD5 hash generator, and in this case, we'll give it the word password, all lowercase, okay? I'm going to generate it, and I'm going to copy that MD5 hash. I'm going to go to HashStation, or CrackStation, excuse me. I'm going to paste that hash, and I'm going to crack it, okay? It tells me that its password is the plain text value of this hash, okay? Now, if I go back over here and I change the P to a capital P, and generate this, it's going to give me a completely different hash value. So if we go over here, press enter, and then do the second hash value, even though the word is technically the same, the second one had a capital P. So now the hash value is completely different. And so if we do this, and then click on this, click hash, crack hashes, now we can see the second one has a capital P, right? And then I can go back here again, and I can do a capital D at the end and then generate that, and it'll give me a completely different hash again. And we'll go ahead, press enter, go do that, and then crack these hashes over here, and then we can see that it gives us the appropriate result. Now here's the key factor here. All of these hashes only belong to these plain text values. So this hash, as far as the MD5 algorithm is concerned, this hash will not produce anything other than a lowercase password. The next one will not produce anything other than password with a capital P, and the third one will not produce anything other than capital P, capital D. So it's uniform. Across the board, these values only have these responses to them, okay? So that's what the key thing is that you need to keep in mind. The same output is going to be produced every single time, no matter which hash generator I use. So if I go back to, let's see, we'll do another one, MD5 generator, and I use a different service than the one that we just used, okay? So we'll go, instead of using the first one, we'll do Miracle Salad. And then we're going to do the word password, and then we're going to get the same exact hash value. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to go back to CrackStation, and I'm going to paste it. And then you can see it's the same exact hash value. So it doesn't matter where you're getting it from. That same word is going to give you the same exact hash value. And it just so happens that CrackStation literally has billions of hashes that are stored and their original strings attached to them. So encoding is a similar concept to hashing. It creates what would seem like a random string of text, but this can actually be decoded. And we can use something like CyberChef as a tool to decode the encoded string. So it begs the question, what is the point in encoding? It allows us to convert binary data into human readable text that can be easily and safely transmitted over mediums that only support plain text ASCII characters. So common encoding types are base 32, base 64, right? It converts binary data to characters A to Z and 2 to 7, and base 64, which converts from A to Z lowercase, A to Z uppercase, and 0 to 9, including the plus symbol, including the / symbol, and the equal sign for padding. So we're taking this example right here. This right here you can see this is actually a base 64 encoded value, because we can see the equal sign at the end as padding. We can see there's uppercase and lowercase letters, etc. Max age 36, path is /. So this specific one, if we decode it, it has the value of ID1 admin false. So we can then encode this back to 64, but instead of setting the admin to true, which now will give us admin access. So what's the flag from changing the plain text code values, and what's the value of the MD5 right here? What's the base 64 value of this? And enter the following value in base 64, true, and then get that. So let's go and just do all of these exercises just so you can see what it's like. The very first one was this specific exercise. So if we actually go and do this final piece right here and get access as an admin, we can see what the answer to that first question is. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to bring my browser back to the front right here. I will just minimize that just in case we need it. And then we're going to run that command so we can actually see what the value is that's available to the admin user. So this one is going to look like this. So let me kind of make sure that you can actually see what's going on. And we're going to clear the screen, and this is the curl command that would give us that access. There you go. And that's it. So logged in as admin, and then that's the cookie, which is cookie tampering. That's the flag that's available to us. So all I did was I set the cookie for the header, logged in was true, admin was true, and then we just gave to that path that we were looking for, and that just so happens to be the value that we got. So that's the answer to the first question right here. Now it says, what's the value of the MD5 hash right here? So we can copy it, go to CrackStation, and then just paste it here, and then just get the value for this. And it's going to give us the 463729 value that you can see right there. So that's the answer to that question right here. What's the base 64 decoded value of this thing right here? So I use CyberChef for all of my base 64 encoding, decoding, all of that stuff. So I will go to CyberChef, just type that into Google, and this is actually something that exists on GitHub. So it's not a GitHub repository that you would find on github.com. It's inside of github.io, and it's basically like a page, an application that you can interact with. And when you paste something in the input right here, there's something right here with this little magic wand that kind of detects what formatting you're dealing with. And so it will then output it for you by applying the appropriate recipe, which is converting from base 64, right? So if I turn that off, then it'll go back to base 64. If I turn it on, it'll actually give me the decoded value. So we can copy that, go here, and that is the answer to that question. And finally, it says encode the following value using base 64. So I'll go here, just copy that full piece. I wonder if I'm supposed to actually include the squiggly parentheses. Why can't I? What's going on? We'll just do Control C, Command C here. I'm going to go to base CyberChef. I'm going to paste that. And now I need to cancel from base 64, and I need to convert it to base 64. And so now I get a base 64 string value. So now I can go ahead and copy that, come here, and there you go. So that is the answer. It does include the squigglies. So you want to include those two squigglies when you go to convert it to base 64 encoding. And just like that, we got the answer to the last question on this exercise. Okay, so hopefully you can see how powerful this stuff can actually be and the extent to which you can push these things, right? So these are legitimate tactics that can be used against websites that aren't Google, right? Or they're not Facebook, or these like massive billion-dollar conglomerates that you know for a fact they have a security engineering team and they've done the things that they need to do to secure themselves. So these are things that cannot, most likely can't be done against those massive companies. However, there are million-dollar companies, small businesses that, you know, they don't really rely on websites or anything like that. They've just built their business offline, that they just have a website just to store their customer data or store their customer lists or something like that. And most likely you can actually use strategies like this to tamper with those websites and try to get in and try to get access. And then you can basically just hire, like they'll hire you, right? You're not doing it to try to hack somebody maliciously. You're doing it to try to prove a point that, hey, listen, your website's weak. You should hire me to help you secure your website. And these types of strategies still work. Like, these aren't things that are so outdated that it's not useful for you to learn them. And we build on top of these ideas. So as long as you understand what brute forcing is and the various tools that can be used, as long as you understand how to enumerate usernames and what logic flaw is and how you can tamper cookies, as long as you understand those things, then we can go ahead and say, okay, now we can build on top of this and let's do an advanced version of cookie tampering or an advanced version of injection into the headers of this particular website so that we can bypass the website and get access to the information, so on and so forth. So this is very, very cool stuff, very useful stuff. Hopefully you actually came to that same conclusion and you think it's cool too, but I really, really think it's cool. And I really enjoy doing these types of exercises, and I don't know, I can't get enough of it. So that's just me. Hopefully you also found value out of it, and hopefully you also found it useful as well. If you did find this video valuable and you found the information useful, and if you want to find more videos like this one, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we progress along with the junior pen tester pathway. And there is the CompTIA Pentest Plus pathway that I'm also building out. So every Friday there's a new video that comes out for CompTIA Pentest Plus. And when we're completely done with that, then you'll have access to a full playlist the way that we have over here for Network Plus and things like that. The CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist already exists. It's just that it's still being updated. And so every Friday new videos come out for that. But Network Plus is already done. Security Plus is already done. Linux Plus is already done. And of course, there's the Hackaholics Anonymous exclusive playlist. There's a Cybersecurity 101. So if you haven't gone through that, I do encourage you to go through that because it sets the foundation for everything else. And there's a lot of information that's covered in that playlist that we reference as we do all of these other videos, that if you don't know what those things are, you're going to have a hard time wrapping your head around the more advanced strategies. So I always tell everybody, if you're new to the game, if you're new to this industry, into this world of cybersecurity, go through that first so you get a strong foundation, and from there we can move on to the more advanced stuff. And there's, you know, progressively more advanced videos that exist on this channel, and you can find it that way. So after Cybersecurity 101, you can either choose to go into pen testing, which is junior pen tester, or you can go into security analysis, which would end up being SOC 1. And the SOC 1 playlist already exists. So after CySec 101, you can pursue SOC level 1. And then after that, there will be SOC level 2. And then after that, there's security engineering. So this is if you wanted to go into defensive security. If you want to go into offensive security, after CySec 101, you would go into junior pen tester, and then you would go into CompTIA Pentest Plus, right? So these are the types of paths that you can follow, and then you can get more and more advanced in each one of those categories, I should say. But ultimately, if you have any questions, you can drop your questions in the comment section below. If you just want to say hi, you can say hi in the comment section below. Or please just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out in any of these pathways. And of course, you will become a part of our wonderful YouTube community. And then there is the Hackaholics Anonymous community. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, you can consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. The 4 tiers that we have are the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In episode 10 of the Junior PenTester training series, we're going to go through IDOR, the concept of IDOR, and trying to find out what IDOR vulnerabilities are. And they exist in web applications and websites, and they give us access to data that we shouldn't have access to. And this is actually very, very useful. This is something that is also a current vulnerability that is not outdated to the point where it's like you can't find it existing in the world at large in 2025 and beyond. I'm pretty sure they'll try to solve this at some point, but this has to do with a configuration error that is done for a web application or a website, and if it's misconfigured, then you get access to the IDOR vulnerabilities, and they can give us access to things that we really shouldn't have access to, and give us permission, not necessarily permission, but the capability to do certain things that we should not be able to do on a website or web application. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, and I'm actually really excited about this one. This is one of my favorite concepts when it comes down to hacking. So we're going to talk about what it actually is. We're going to get an example of it. We're going to learn how to find them in encoded IDs, finding them in hashed IDs, in unpredictable IDs, and then where they are actually located. We're going to go through the practical IDOR example, and then you will be dismissed and you will be done for this day. And so this is a subscriber only room that's available inside of TryHackMe, meaning you do need a paid membership to TryHackMe. I think it's really worth it. I sing the praises of TryHackMe all the time. I get paid $0 and 0 cents and euros and pounds and francs and all of those things for it. So this has nothing to do with me personally. I just think that it's a really, really good platform, and you get a lot of good hands-on experience to do hacking and a lot of the things that would get you in trouble because they're illegal and they're felonies if you actually did these out in the real world. The room was developed by TryHackMe themselves. I'm pretty sure there was somebody at some point that did it. It's not like TryHackMe as a website went and did it, but we don't have the name of the person that created this room for us, so we can't really give them a big enough shout out. If you don't already have a paid subscription to TryHackMe, I really do encourage it. It's not expensive, and it's totally worth it. And it is required to be able to do some of the things that we're going to do against the victim machines that we're going to be attacking today. And they do also give you access to an attack box, which is a Linux machine that has all of the tools and everything that's necessary to do a lot of the hacks that we do. If you don't want to do it that way, then you can go ahead and download Kali Linux and install it yourself. There's a Linux Plus playlist that's available on this channel, and in episode 1, in the first video, in part 3 of that video, we go through the installation process to how to install Linux on a USB thumb drive, or if you want to do it on your machine, so that way you actually get access to Kali Linux and all of the tools that are available so that you can follow along with this video as well. So that being said, we're done with an introduction. So I'm going to introduce you to Hackaholics Anonymous real quick, and then we're going to get into the video. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the IDOR video. IDOR stands for Insecure Direct Object Reference, and this is a type of access control vulnerability, meaning if you exploit it, you get access to things that you shouldn't have access to. This can occur when a web server receives user-supplied input to retrieve objects, also known as files, data, documents. Too much trust has been placed on that input data, and it's not validated on the server side to confirm that the requested object actually belongs to the user that's requesting it. So basically, we're kind of lying to the server, and we're saying, hey, listen, I want access to this, and the server doesn't verify who we are, it doesn't validate us, and it doesn't check whether or not we should have access to it, and it just gives us access to it. That's what IDOR vulnerabilities are. And believe it or not, these things still are around. So this is not something that has been fully outdated. And even if it was, it's still very useful for you to know this because we stack information on top of this type of information. So IDOR vulnerabilities are kind of the foundational vulnerabilities when it comes down to getting access to certain objects that we shouldn't have access to simply by manipulating the URL inside of a web browser, which you'll see in a little bit. So what does IDOR stand for? It stands for the insecure direct object reference. Insecure direct object reference. My gosh. Okay. All right. Let's go and look at the first IDOR example. Okay. So imagine that you've signed up for an online service and you want to change your profile information. So the link that you click on will go to your actual service's profile, right? And your user ID is inside of the link, right? And you can see that you have this 1305 as your user ID, and then you get to see your information. So you get curious and you try to change the user ID to 1000 instead of 1305. And then so the URL changes to basically the same thing. The only changes at the end is that 1000 that replaces the 1305. And so to your surprise, now you can see another user's information. So that is known as an IDOR vulnerability. By simply just changing something in the URL, specifically a user ID or the ID of a page, something like that, then you get access to it, right? There is no validation. The server doesn't validate whether or not you should have access to it. And now all of a sudden you have access to it. So there should be a check on the website to confirm that the user information belongs to the user that's logged in and it's requesting it. So what we've learned, we're now going to do a quick little example in this sample site that has been given to us, just so we can test the information and see if it indeed is as simple as what we just saw right here. So this is like the first site. Okay, this is not the official exercise that we're going to do at the very end right here. So this is just kind of like a sample exercise. And so right here, right, so it says, check through the emails below, try to identify any URL that looks like it could potentially be vulnerable. So if I go to this one, it says your order number has been shipped. That's the URL. Okay, this one, that's the URL. So order 1234, that could be interesting. So 1234 could be changed. That could be a vulnerability. No reply right here. Discord right here, and TryHackMe access, maybe, but not really. And then Joe at fake email, hey, if you're still playing poker, let me know. So it's probably this one right here that we can actually change the 1234 into some other data. Okay, so that is the first portion of this. And so now let's go to this. Now it says you can't view this level yet. I see. So it's probably this. I'm going to click on that. There we go. All right. So now you can view the order confirmation, which contains details, right? Try changing the URL below to view order 1000. So if I just go here and just change that to 1000 and then press enter, now I get the page for order 1000. And that was it. That's as simple as it is. And this is going to be the flag that we need to answer this particular question down here. So very simple. IDOR is actually very simple and it's very powerful. And this is one of those things that it should be configured appropriately. The security behind this should be done appropriately. Otherwise, the people that take advantage of it can get access to a lot of information that they should not have access to. So it's a very powerful vulnerability. For us as hackers, it's a very useful vulnerability. And for security people, it's probably like the first vulnerability on a web application that you should really be considering to secure, apart from just making sure that people's usernames and passwords are secure, etc. All right, let's talk about finding them in encoded IDs. Encoding typically happens from web page to web page when there's data that's been posted or there's queries that are sent or cookies or anything like this, and the raw data tends to get encoded. Encoding typically happens to data as it's being posted back and forth from pages, or there are queries that are sent back and forth, or cookies or anything like that. And what happens is that there's raw data, so you can call it either binary data or even plain text data, and it gets encoded. Now this happens because we want the web server that's receiving this data to actually be able to understand the contents of it. So it helps with the communication back and forth from the server to the client, but it also makes the communication a little bit faster in a lot of cases because encoded data can be transferred quicker and tends to be a little bit more secure than sending plain text, right? If somebody doesn't know how to decode encoded plain data, it's a little bit more secure than actually sending the plain text. But encoding can actually be decoded. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So binary data can be turned into ASCII string that is a combination of lowercase a to z, uppercase a to z, 0 to 9, and even the equal sign that is used for padding. And so the most common encoding technique is base 64, and this is still the most common that's available across the net. And it can pretty easily be spotted, mainly because the fact that you see the equal signs at the end of it. There's typically like 1 or 2 equal signs at the end of the string, and you're like, oh, that looks like base 64, and then you can take it to CyberChef and decode it. So base 64 decode is a website that does it. CyberChef is the one that I end up using. Then you can edit data and encode it again using base 64 encode. I also end up using CyberChef for it. So instead of using 2 different websites, I just use one location, and then you can use encode or decode options inside of CyberChef. But basically, this is what it kind of looks like. It's a little bit hard to see, I think. So this is the encoded string. And then so when you decode it, it'll say ID 30, and then you can tamper with it, meaning change it to ID 10, and then encode it into the base 64 encoded version again, and then submit it to the website as the encoded version, and now you've technically manipulated the website. So the most common type of encoding across websites right now is base 64 encoding, and it's really simple. Literally, you go to CyberChef, you take the encoded string, you paste it in there, it decodes it for you, and then you tamper with it, right? You mess around with the plain text version of the data, and you change the ID to something, or you say that I am an admin, whatever, and then you encode it again, because the website can only understand the encoded message, so it can't understand this plain text message. So you encode it again so that the web server can understand you, and then when you submit it, now the web server is like, oh, you're an admin, and then it gives you admin access. So base 64 is the most common type of encoding, and most likely is what we're going to end up using in a little bit. So let's talk about finding them in hashed IDs, finding IDORs in hashed IDs. Now, hashed IDs, or just hash values in general, they're much different than encoded values or even encrypted values, because encoding can be decoded and encryption can be decrypted, right? Hashed IDs, however, cannot be decoded. Hashed values can't be reversed. The only thing that can be done is you can look at a really large database that stores hash values, and that database also has the plain text equivalent of the hash value. So one of the examples that I do all the time is we'll go to a website like CrackStation, right? CrackStation has billions of hash values stored in it, and inside of those hash values, for each one of them, there's a plain text equivalent. So if I go to MD5 generator, okay, and we can use MD5 generator, multiple different websites allow you to do it. So we go to this one, and then we just use the word password, and then we'll generate a hash value for it. Okay, we'll copy that hash value, we'll go to CrackStation, we'll paste it, and then we'll go back here, and then we will change the last D into a capital D, and then we'll generate another hash value, which is going to be a completely different hash value, because all we did was change one letter casing, but the full hash value changes. And then I'll do password with a capital P, and then I'll do that, and I'll generate that as well, and that'll end up being a completely different hash value as well. And then we paste that over here, and now we have 3 completely different hash values, right? And they can now be de-hashed technically, but we're not really doing that. We're just comparing these values against the database inside of CrackStation, and then they say, hey, listen, this hash value, the equivalent of it is password, and then this hash value, the equivalent is password with a capital D, and this one is a password with a capital P, right? So if I went and did MD5 generator, okay, and I went to a different website and I did the same thing, I did password, right, and now I got this hash value for it, and I go to CrackStation and I type it or paste it at the top, we'll see that that hash value is exactly the same, even though it's a different website, because the original input is the same, which means that this specific value can only have this hash, and this hash value can only have this value as a result. That's what it looks like. Now, this can get a little bit more complicated because there are a lot of different words and a lot of different types of plain text strings that can ultimately be hashed. And so if you only use MD5, which is an outdated hashing algorithm, ultimately you'll end up with a different word that will give you the same hash. and this is where newer hash values were generated, like SHA-512, because SHA-512 is a much longer string of data, so you can actually have more variations of it. So anyways, the big point here is that you can't decode these things. You can't unencrypt them. The only thing you can do is you can compare it against a really big database that has billions of databases in it, like CrackStation, just so you can actually see what the plaintext value of a hash actually is. So the most common, right now, the most common is kind of SHA-256. It's not MD5. MD5 is outdated and it's not secure, but it is a really common hash value that is available. So that would be the answer. Common algorithm used for hashing IDs is MD5. The very first one I think was MD1, and then it graduated up from there. So this is the list of all the hashing algorithms that's supported by CrackStation. So LM, NTLM, these are Windows based, and then we had MD2, MD4, MD5, and then MD5 hexadecimal, MD5 half, and then there was SHA-1, SHA-224, 256, 384, 512, and then now there's like SHA-1200. And then as we go into quantum computing, quantum encryption has been presented. So there's like really freaking complex hash values that exist. And so, of course, there's Whirlpool, MySQL, and a bunch of other stuff as well. It's just that CrackStation only supports these specific hashing algorithms. So that is what we got from IDOR vulnerabilities inside of hashed IDs. Because technically, you can actually find a hashed IDOR query, and then you can go and use CrackStation to find the plain text value for it. And then you can use something like the hash generator to generate an MD5 hash value. And then from there, you'll be able to put it back in the IDOR link and then be able to get access to something that you shouldn't get access to. So let's talk about finding them in unpredictable IDs. Now, this one's actually really interesting, but it's kind of really basic compared to the other two. So sometimes the IDs are unpredictable, right? So they're dynamic IDs that are generated. They're not generated using some kind of base64 encoding or a hashing algorithm. It's just like a random string of values that are generated to give somebody an ID. So the only way that we can find out whether or not there is an IDOR vulnerability is to create two different user accounts, right? So we'll create two different user accounts. You'll see the ID numbers for each user account, and then you just swap them out, right? So let's say if I'm logged in as Hank and I have the ID for John, which is another user account that I made, and then I use John's user ID without being logged in as John, or even without being logged in as Hank. If I use John's user ID and I can access John's user account, there's a IDOR vulnerability that's available. So if you can view the other user's content using their ID number while still being logged in with a different account or not logged in at all, then you found a valid IDOR vulnerability. And that's usually done with websites or applications that just generate random user IDs for people, and there is no actual pattern behind how they're generating those user IDs. So they're unpredictable IDs, but you can still test to see if there's an IDOR vulnerability by just checking one of those accounts that you created and then seeing if you can access that account's information without being logged in as that account. So what is the minimum number of accounts that you need to create a check for these things between those accounts? You need at least 2 accounts so that you can check to see if you can access the information from the other one. So let's see where these things are actually located. Everything that we've talked about so far has been very obvious because it's been inside of the actual link that we see at the top of the browser, right? And then you can just modify that link. But sometimes it's not that straightforward, right? You may not actually see it in that address bar right there. It could be something that's loaded via an AJAX request, which I'm not going to explain because it's kind of irrelevant to know what AJAX is, but it is a type of we can call it content encoding or script encoding type of a language, I think. I don't even fully understand what it is. I just know that it's not immediately visible and accessible. And then there are different ways that you can also reference a JavaScript file that doesn't exist immediately in the address bar, but it pulls information from that JavaScript file to be able to manipulate data or to present data to you on your web server, on your web browser, excuse me. So if you can get access to the JavaScript file, you might be able to find the IDOR vulnerability. So the endpoints could have an unreferenced parameter that may have been a part of some that are used during development, and then they got pushed to production. So for example, you can notice there's a call to user details that's displaying the user information and authenticated during your actual session. But through an attack known as parameter mining, you can discover that there was a parameter called user ID that can be used to display other users' information. So for example, user details, right? So this is what we have right here. And then there's user ID 123. So this could potentially be what would be available. And this is what's being called on by the address bar, right? It's not necessarily something that is as straightforward as everything that we talked about before. You don't need to know JavaScript in order to understand this. You don't need to know Ajax in order to understand this. You just need to know that sometimes endpoints, right, have an unreferenced parameter, meaning something that is not immediately visible or accessible, and it's pulling something from a different location, which then pulls that data, and then you get to see whatever the web page is or all of those things. So some of these things, these unreferenced parameters, may have been part of something that was done during development, and then it actually got pushed to production, and it shouldn't have been pushed to production, right? So you can see that there's a call to this displaying the user information, and then through an attack known as parameter mining, you can actually discover a parameter called user ID, and then you can see that this is the full thing that is being passed to the web server to be able to pull the information for this user ID and then display it onto your web page. So that's basically it. That's all we need to know, is that sometimes these things are not immediately available inside of our address bar right here, and they're being pulled from different locations, and then you would have to take a couple of extra steps, like doing a parameter mining exercise, to be able to find out what parameters are actually being passed and then manipulate them that way. All right, so now we get to actually go ahead and do our practical IDOR example that will be done using our attack box, and it's going to be done against this specific link. All right, so the whole idea is to go to this location, go to the customer section, create an account, right? And then when we go to our account tab, we'll get the ability to change the information like our username, email address, and password. And we'll also see that the username and the email fields are pre-filled with our information. So we can see how this gets pre-filled. If we open the browser developer tools, which you can do literally by right-clicking this and then going to inspect. So this is what it looks like inside of Chrome, right? And then it'll pull up developer tools. These are all the developer tools that you see on the right side right here. And then there's sources, and then there's network, and network shows you all the things that are being called when you load a page. Sources show you all the pages that are actually being loaded, all these things that you see right here. And then there's the memory, etc., etc. This is called developer tools. When we use the attack box machine, it's going to have Firefox, but essentially same concept, and you get access to it either by going to the menu up here and actually pulling it from your settings and going into developer tools right here, or you can just right click onto the screen, click inspect, and then it'll just open up the developer tools for you. So if we go to the network tab and then refresh the page, we'll see that there's a call to an endpoint called API v1 customer ID, and then there's the user ID in there. So it returns in JSON format the user ID, username, and email address. And then we can see from the path that the user information is taken from the query strings ID parameter, as we can see right here. So this is, let me see if I can kind of zoom in right here for you. So this is what the developer tools portion looks like for Firefox. And so if we actually go to this portion, so let me see if I can zoom in right here. So under the response portion, we can see that there's a JSON format, there's an ID, username, and then the email address for that, and then that's for this specific element. There was a GET request made, and inside of that there's the customer ID 13 that was pulled, and the JSON format data is what we can see on the right hand side right here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change the ID to 1 and 3 and answer the questions that we have right there. So let's zoom out of our page right here. Let me go ahead and do split view and go into the attack box, and I'm just going to open this up in full screen just so we can have easier access to it. And we're going to first and foremost go to the web page where we can create our username first. So let me just open up a browser, and go create a username real quick. All right, so when we load this page, this is the website that we land on, and then we can go to customers, and inside of customers, we can do a sign up right here. And then so I'm just gonna create my usual, so it'll be Hank Hackerson and hank@thm.com. It doesn't need to be real. And then password is just gonna be password, and I'm going to, I think I misspelled password. No, okay, it worked, great. All right, so here we go. This is our location, right? So we go to our account and we can see that we have a username, Hank Hackerson. Email address is pre-filled here, and password is also here for us as well. And so support tickets, what do we have? This is our email address that they give to us. Dashboard is right here. So if I go to what they said, the your account, right? So if we go to the your account section, it gives us the ability to see it, and you'll notice this. So if we investigate this portion by opening up developer tools and going to network tab and then refreshing the page. So I'm just going to go full screen here, and I'm going to right click, I'm going to do inspect, and it's going to open up my, there you go. That's the developer tools at the bottom right here. And I'm going to click on network tab, and then we can see that, and I'm going to refresh the page, and now we can see there's a bunch of stuff that was just submitted to the network tab, including the customer ID. So my customer ID is 50, and if we go to the side right here, it says it right here. So for the response of the request, there is an ID 50, username Hank Hackerson, and the email is that. So now what we can do is we can manipulate this data, right? So it says, you'll see a call to an endpoint right here, and this is what it looks like. So try testing the ID parameter for an IDOR vulnerability by changing it to another user's ID. So I wonder if it would be done through here. I think it's done here, right? So if I do, let's see what we can change. Okay, so this is actually what we do. So we're gonna double click this at the bottom, and it's gonna open up a new page for us. And inside of this new tab, we get to see all of our data, right? You can manipulate it directly on the screen here, but what you can do is you can manipulate it up here. So if I change that to 1 and press enter, now I get to see that ID 1 is Adam84, and this is his email. And then if I change it to ID 3, then I can get to see it's John911, and then that's his email. So that's how we can manipulate it right here, right? So you get to the page where it would actually have our information. You get to developer tools, right click, inspect, and it brings it for you. You go to the network tab right there, and then you click on this file right here that has the customer ID. You go to the right, make sure you're on response, and you actually get to see this information. So now that we know we're in the right place, we double click that, and it'll open it up in a new tab. And this is where the query exists that we can actually manipulate. And then you can change it to whatever you want. So if I do 10, what it'll give me? It's also John 911. Oh, interesting. So I guess it's only 3 people. So what's number 2? Number 2 is test account. Okay, great. Let's do number 50. It's going to be Hank Hackerson. Okay, that's good. So what's 49? Is Robert. Ooh, Robert at Acme. So see, we can get to see everybody's information. This is not good for these Acme people. Ooh, 48 is admin. Admin at admin mail is number 48. Ooh, see, I found some good information right there. You see what I'm saying? All right. Cool. Okay, that's it. That's actually all the answers that we needed, because we needed user ID 1 and user ID 3. So you saw how easy that was, right? It's actually really, really easy to find an IDOR vulnerability. It's not hard as long as you know kind of what you're looking for and where to look on a page. You can technically find a bunch of crazy stuff about the users and their user IDs, and then you can manipulate the user ID and then get access to something that you shouldn't have access to. For example, the admin's email is what I just saw. That's pretty crazy. And that was very, very easily done. So you can see how a lot of these things can actually be done fairly easily if you know what you're looking for and if you know where you're going. So this is IDOR. IDOR vulnerabilities are very simple to understand. I think it's probably one of the simplest ideas that we're going to be presented with as we go through pen testing and junior pen tester and all of that stuff. It's one of the easier ideas to kind of wrap our head around. and also one of the easier ideas to manipulate a little bit to see if we can get access to any information that we shouldn't have access to. That being said, we have covered on what IDOR actually is, what they are in encoded IDs with base64 encoding, what they are inside of hashed IDs, random unpredictable IDs, and we actually know where they can be located as well, and how we can kind of look at the contents of a web page by using the inspect tool in developer tools to try to pull the rest of that information. So hopefully this was actually useful to you, and hopefully you got some really good value out of it. And I actually really enjoy going through all of these things because they're a review for me as well. So it's nice to get to re-experience a lot of these things. So hopefully you had as good of a time as I did when we went through this information. If you found value in this video, and if you want to get more videos like this one, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, because we're going to keep going with Junior Pentester if you're interested in pen testing. And we're also going to release a new episode of the CompTIA Pentest Plus training series, which is like a more advanced version of everything that we're talking about. And it's by CompTIA, and it's based on the guidelines of the CompTIA Pentest Plus training requirements. And that happens every single Friday. So a new episode will come out every single Friday as it stands right now. And I'm recording this in June of 2025. So it's June 21st of 2025 as I record all these videos for today, and they're going to get released throughout the rest of the week. So as it stands right now, we still have several weeks to go with Pentest Plus, but once that's done, it's going to end up on this section right here where we have these created playlists. So it started with episode 0. We're still going strong for Pentest Plus. Network Plus is already done. Of course, there's the exclusive playlist for the Hackaholics Anonymous people. And then we have Security Plus already done. Linux Plus is already done. Cybersecurity 101 is a really, really big one. So if you're new to cybersecurity, or if a lot of these things don't make sense to you, and if you haven't gone through the CySec 101 stuff, start there first. Then when you're done with that, you get to choose if you want to continue with defensive security or offensive security. If you want to go into defensive security, then you go into all of these SOC level 1 stuff. So there's SOC level 1, completed playlist, SOC level 2, and then you'll end up with security engineering. So those are all defensive security. And then if you want to go into offensive security, you can come back to Junior Pentester, finish this up, and then go into CompTIA Pentest Plus, and then finish that up, and then that'll take you down the offensive security pathway. But in either case, if you haven't done CySec 101, I highly, highly recommend it. And then there's a lot of other videos. There's literally hundreds of videos. We're about to hit 400 videos on this channel, which is insane. I never thought that we would actually get here, but we're here. And there is a bunch of stuff that's for our members only community, which I'll tell you about in a couple of seconds. But all in all, I just hope that you drop a comment if you have any questions, or if you just want to say hi. And of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. Now, that being said, let's get a quick little introduction to Hackaholics Anonymous. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, and the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And that is it for today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. If you're ever network and system attacker/protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video later.